Bitch, I turned up so damn much now I can't turn no more. I'm so damn high up in this bitch, I think I'm seeing ghosts. All that extra shit, them extra niggas do the most. All that flexing and that flogging just to get a hoe. It's too much money out this bitch for me to chase a hoe. I'm trying to grind up on a ticket, bitch, I need some more. If you stay down, what's your hustle? You see the most. Stay out the way and stack your paper. Watch it grow. I need a Whopper wallet, that's a bigger bankroll. Been in the streets too much, ain't had a chance to change clothes. Niggas robbing might be pimping or just selling dough. It's a jungle out there, bitch, anything will go. If niggas hungry out this bitch, they go for what they know. Put that work in by yourself, don't let nobody know. Too many niggas on that case, I bet somebody told. Somebody cut a deal, the rest of them went down the road. Whatever happened to a nigga sticking to the code? They never talking, never telling, definitely never fold. For a little money, most these niggas sell their soul. Most these niggas lost and they don't know which way to go. Yeah, I'ma do what I wanna do. Get money, count cash, that ain't nothing new. Yeah, I'ma do what I wanna do. Get money, count cash, that ain't nothing new. Yeah, I'ma play how I wanna play. Every day, real nigga holiday. Yeah, I'ma play how I wanna play. Celebrate, real nigga holiday. Always talking about cash, he ain't got no set. All that cat ass shit ain't where it's at. Boy, I'm drippin' with the ism. Hop on the Mac. My bitch finna bring a check, but I need more than that. Head honcho nigga run the show like a quarterback. Started going in, now a nigga can't afford that. Jimmy Choo, my boo, Michael Kors that. Successful black nigga, what you call that? Court case, nigga tellin' shit. Been through all that. 4 young niggas with me shit, and they all struck. Sold his ass a dummy, I press clear. He keep calling back. I'ma change my number if he call me back. Push up on his pussy ass, he almost had a heart attack.
Stick in the cup, brush. I keep a stick in the cup, brush. I keep a stick in the cup, brush. I keep a stick in the cup, bitch. Yeah, I keep a stick in the car, ready for war. Yeah, on fleek. You know I'ma step on that bar. You know, add it, bitch out, add it, bitch out. You know the sound, add it, bitch out, add it, bitch out, add it, bitch out, add it, bitch out. I keep a stick in the cup, brush. 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 I keep a stick in the cup. Brush. I keep a stick in the cup. Brush. I keep a stick in the cup. Bitch. Yeah. I I keep a stick in the car, ready for war. Yeah, on bleed. You know I'ma step on that bar. You know. Add this bitch out, add this bitch out. You know the sound. Add this bitch out, add this bitch out, add this bitch out, add this bitch out.
Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I am your host, Seduction Doll, aka Lady Che. Sorry it took so long. Shit, man. It's been like, every time I do a show, it's usually this late, and I be slow dragging. What I be doing? Chilling, watching TV. I had to do. I didn't have to do it, but I was on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced this evening. It's kind of just. Hold on a sec. My chain got stuck in here. Just been chilling. It's been in this weird little, just quiet little mood, My little charms got stuck. I've been doing shit, just kicking it, procrastinating, bullshitting. That's about it. Let me turn this off real quick so that I am not distracted. Where is everybody? You want to know? Well, as usual, I left him back there, so I like to do my shit by myself. I was gonna jump on the other platform that Jesse decided to unite himself with. However, there was some technical issues over there that I couldn't really understand, so I had to scrap that whole project. That's why I was very late. Would have had this done or at least started like 20 minutes ago. There was somebody waiting to see the show, but they're not subscribed to this particular platform. They're subscribed to the other ones. We're gonna kind of talk about that for a quick second. I'm just gonna delve into it. I subscribe to don't start nothing, won't be nothing, right? And I think that if you have experienced anything with me 2-3 years ago, then you know that I don't give a fuck. I just talk shit back. You hear it? Ain't no pussy in here. Ain't no punk in here. No mark. No nothing. Scared? Never. I say that because, I think people sometimes just like to test me, test the waters, of what they can get away with. And I firmly believe that if you said a few years back, and I'm only speaking to one person, I don't need to mention her, just like they don't need to mention me. But I just say it like this. If a couple years back, you were feeling some kind of way because, motherfuckers said hi to their friend that they knew, or that they chopped it up longer than they have ever chopped it up with you. And, they were brought over to your platform. So they decide to, be kind and reciprocal and just be like, hey, show your channel some love, chime in, chop it up with your people over there. Just try to be sociable. And you decide because you're not fucking with whoever for whatever reasons that have nothing to do with the Frontline campaign, Frontline Black News, meaning I, myself, Jess Paris, or Shabaka Say Corey, then, and you say you don't fuck with us a couple years back, then stand on that. You don't fuck with us. That means you don't be trolling, you don't be fucking with us. Just like we don't fuck with you. Right? And it shouldn't have to be said like this. However, like I said, especially if we've had dialogue before and you know how I get down. Right? So then there ain't no pussy up in here. There ain't no bitch up in here. Not a mark or a lame or a square. Fuck what you think. That's nothing. But there is no pussy in here. So, if I'm out cruising around trolling the internet because I'm sitting around bored, I'm just killing time till the radio show or whatever I'm going to do early in the afternoon. And I just happen to cruise on through the internet. It means I've been watching other people. Like, we stay on a healthy new Black media mindset. So whatever's going on with other people, They're not on that. They're not on the new black media tip. I'm not really sorry to say that. That's a problem you have. It's not a problem we have over here. The Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda, Spaka, Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, we operate differently. Now, if you have a problem, I'm speaking to this one woman. If you have a problem with someone on their platform, for whatever reasons you have problems with them, or you don't like them, for whatever reasons you beef with this man or men, whatever the problem is, that's a you problem for you to deal with over there with them. Like I said, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Especially if you've experienced this with me. So then you know that I don't give a fuck. You know that I don't have no problems going and being gracious and tapping in on your channel and saying hello or extending an olive branch. Or if you got something to say it. If I come over to say something to you, then be a lady and say back. Talk to me. You know, all this hyphy shit is like, it's for the birds. It's for the birds. Now, I understand trolling, okay? Maybe you ran out of content. Cool. Maybe you ran out of people to fuck with and bully. Cool. But you save that shit for others. Don't do it over here. When I mean over here, I mean to me. And I mean to the gentlemen that are on my portion of my platform, right? Which is the Frontline Black News. And Shabaka said Corey. And his Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And this show, okay? It's not like you brand new to the Frontline Black News at all. You're not. You've seen it. We've dialogued. We've dialogued a couple of times for a few months, okay? So this brand new thought process that you're doing is whack. And you're too old for it, okay? I don't even want to know how old you are. But I just know that you're somewhere else, okay? How you refer to it as some off-brand term, some YouTube street shit, whatever the fuck that means, okay? You're over there. I'm over here, okay? You do whatever you do with your people over there. You want to educate them however you see fit? Do that shit over there. You want to go fuck with people and be on that side of things? Then go ahead and do it over there. But when you start trolling over here, right, and you decide you need some content and you have something to say, you know what I mean? Yeah, I hear you. Thank you, babe. Thank you for tapping in. And you need some content or you're bored. Well, then go fuck with them other off brands that you like to listen to. Okay? If you a person that subscribes to like Tahaka Bay and all them fucking grifter types, then go over there. There's plenty of room for off brands over there. Okay? Now, I'm going to say this. You have many subscribers. You got many people that'll put up with your bullshit and kiss ass. And at one point, a motherfucker tried to be decent, try to be nice. This was kind. I haven't let you, disrespect me for like 6 motherfucking hours on some colorism bullshit. You and a whole bunch of other motherfuckers. Because, you felt like I need to come to grips with one portion of my being when you didn't want to accept, or no one wants to accept what I've been saying, that I'm this first, which is black first. In the last 3 years, nothing has really changed with me. If anything, I got a little more codified, a little bit more on it, a little bit more empowered. Another thing, you say we are not empowered, we some most supremacists over here. That's the most self-hatred shit. And you too melanated for that. Yeah, you too melanated for that. And for someone who rode so hard with such an empowering type of people, then you would know better than that. And it's bad form, sister. It's bad form. Behave yourself. But that comes with home training. That has to be something that's, instilled. Now, you'll say, where did this motherfucker get off? I'm right here. When I saw you today, or this morning, yesterday, whenever it was, when I saw you, I couldn't fathom that this is the level you sunk to. I say that because, you don't ask nobody what's really going on. You just make an assumption. And you think because a motherfucker might be on some other platforms that it's free range for you to just come and fuck with them. You never asked anybody what's really going on. You just assumed. You made an assumption. Okay? I'm having a real bad heart, but not too sick to give you this light word. Okay? But hear me out. Just hear me out. Follow the train. If my dude, right, who's the actual host of Frontline Black News, Jesse, the one that said, when you said it was way too dark, right? Remember? I remember. Because that whole motherfucking 6-hour thing that you and like 6 other motherfuckers decided you want to have a discussion about my colorism, my light skin, and how you felt, blah, 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 blah. Light-skinned bitches only take your dues and we disrespect, and I don't know what other fucking self-defeating, fucking unconfident ass bullshit y'all were speaking that night. Because y'all had a whole miscarriage. Because it was a real serious thing. I was carrying a fucking seed. But because that shit stressed me the fuck out, because I can't get y'all to understand, or you put yourselves in a realistic mindset that you're talking to somebody that didn't grow up like little white girls, don't have no privileges like you think I had, or like you tried to make me think I had, or try to force some sort of ideologies on me. Caused me to lose a whole baby. And damn near on my dude's birthday, of all things, on my dude's birthday. Okay. And he did, so I was like, I ain't fucking with this, bro. Why? Because you're just malevolent. Not because I couldn't handle it. Because the type of shit that was coming out was retarded. Right? But I had a whole miscarriage. I'm doing right. I don't know if you know what that feels like. But I do. I know what it felt like. And I know what I went through. I had to listen to everybody weep and cry about this and that. And, and her and her fucking fair skin and this and that. And, this is the standard of beauty and woo-doo-woo-doo-woo. And I'm trying to tell you that brothers don't look at me. They look at you. But you're so insecure. You weren't hearing none of that. None of you were. You know what I mean? The standards of black beauty. All right? And I scoff at that because you don't know me like that. So you don't know nothing about me. So you don't know what I know about the struggles of black women, melanated women, deep, dark melanated women, like my sisters, women that actually love me, that are kind to me, okay? Not because they feel sorry for me or no light-skinned fucking tag-along or any of that bullshit. None of that. But because they respect me. You act like I have to earn your respect. And you sorely mistaken. You was mistaken then. You mistaken now. But when you're trolling over here and I catch you, and I go over there, and I even extend an olive branch because I'm a lady. Yeah, I might say cuz, and I might be real rough. Real rough. But that's not like, you're not a lady either. Not like that. You real like this. So we should be able to understand each other. I should be able to reach you somewhere deep down in that consciousness, talk to you at a level that you can understand. This isn't an unfamiliar conversation me and you are having. Just because you don't like somebody over somewhere else, that ain't got shit to do with me and my platforms or the platforms I sit on or I co-host or co-produce on. I'm not sorry you're unhappy. That's a you problem. Because this is where this is coming from. All this shit you throwing, all the shade, this boredom you got going on, that's a you problem. you got something going on. Talk about there's the last self-hatred. I think he said something like, I mean, I could roll the footage, but the worst thing was when I was typing to you and trying to say hi, grand afternoon, whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, right? Extend an olive branch. Like, if you was really serious about Black empowerment, actually doing something for Black people, let's work together. You in another state, I'm in another state. But you weren't hearing none of that today, yesterday, or whatever, right? So you was deleting comments and you trade up. In my mind, right? In my mind, that's some real Mark shit. That's some real sorry, weak shit. I'm saying that to you, okay? Like I said, you said a couple years back you weren't fucking with us because we said hello to our friend who was running a show before yours. We talked to him more than we had ever talked to you. We only talked to you when we jumped on your platform to show you love. We actually called and talked to him. But you on some other shit. Everybody's always on some other shit when it comes to me. Thinking I'm doing something else or other people are doing something else with me. And y'all are so fucking mistaken. Don't get my name like it's something else. There's 48 fucking levels to seduction. And they're not all sexual. Get your mind out the motherfucking trash. Okay? There's a reason I am what I am. There's a reason you are where you are. Okay? 1. I'm a starseed. That means I'm greater than. I will always be greater than that. I will always hold myself way the fuck up here. And I will always think of the people that have nothing better to do in life but to fucking sit there and think they're bullying somebody or picking on someone or trying to drag someone to make themselves feel better or push their own motherfucking weird ass fucking goofy ass narratives, right? To drag motherfuckers over to their side of things, which is just some old boo-hoo and yelling, griping about some fucking fake ass whack shit that don't have nothing to do with you, right? But you just have to be a busybody. You just have to be in somebody's shit. You just have to be. When are you not going to be? When are you going to mind your place? Now, you're right. I'm not a content creator. We don't create content. We message boost. There's a big motherfucking difference. Okay? We message boost. We move a serious message. We are one of many who move the message of the new Black media. Okay? You don't know what that is? Look it up. It's not for me to keep trying to take you little lame ducks to the water. That's for you to figure out. I teach over here. I don't go fuck with you over there. And when I do go over there, I went over there cordial. That shit had me upset for a little bit because, I warned my dude. I was like, hey, man, why we got to expand? Why we got it? Why? Let's not. If you do, somebody just can't control herself. She don't know how to just leave well enough alone and let motherfuckers just live their lives. She got to be fucking with them and talking shit all the time. Like, she ain't got no other things to do. You know what I mean? Like, she can't find something to do. She can't get her ass out the house or some shit. She can't find a hobby. I don't know what her problem is, but you shouldn't go over there. Don't put us over there. It's just going to be bad. Because then I'm going to have to say something because someone don't know how to control themselves. And you picked the right one. You picked one that was so fucking sick. They don't got shit going on except fucking motivation and fucking just, I fight racism, white supremacy all day. All I do is talk shit to fucking white people. I talk shit to bitches. I call bitches fucking bed wenches. I tell dudes they buck broken. I ain't got a problem telling a sister where the fuck to get off because she's so disrespectful. It's not just to me, right? It's to everybody. And you nice when you want to be nice, or you need somebody to cry on, console you. Look, I ain't never needed nobody to hype me up and tell me how fucking awesome I am. I never needed nobody to tell me I'm fucking great. I came in this world fucking great. Came in it. I'm not sorry that you don't like me. I'm not sorry that you have some sort of animosity towards the fucking milky mulatto-ness of my motherfucking fair skin. My father's blood is amazing and runs through me. Eat a dick. I could care. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna do nothing. Right? Just like you would say to me. But that's wrong. That's wrong. I ain't like you though. Okay? We know what you're capable of. Everybody knows what you're capable of. And I'm not you. But I don't have a problem not going somewhere. I have a problem with just, or, because I did call you once before, or tap in on your program in a polite, ladylike manner. I have done that before many times. I don't see you in my chat and, well, I'm over there, you're over there addressing me. I'm just casually deleting your shit like it didn't happen. But I know 13 people saw me message you. I know that. And I know that they can only say I was kind and extend an olive branch of trying to be, let's, of all things, black and empowering. Let's do some shit. But you can't do nothing with somebody that is at a mindset this low when you right here trying to do big things. It ain't about the money for me, cuz. It really isn't. It's nothing. I don't share my broadcast. I don't jump on the same platform with them. I might jump on the platform with Jesse when he's over there chopping it up over there with the gentlemen that you seem to have a problem with. I don't know why. It's none of my motherfucking business. I know how to stay in my role. I didn't ask. It's none of my motherfucking business. You see what I'm saying? It's not my business to give a fuck about why you don't like some man or men, or why you think they're this or they're that. It's none of my fucking business why you can't get along with women. That ain't none of my motherfucking business. That's on you. That's you. You don't know how to behave yourself. You don't know how to problem solve. Evidently. Okay? Evidently, you're the one with the problems. Okay? I don't share my shit. I don't do anything like that. I'm not even trying to raise content. I'm not even trying to get more people to watch. I could care less. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Why? Because I don't want to touch all the coonified minds in the fucking free world, or that's on YouTube. YouTube isn't a real place. The lights and satellites can go out and YouTube won't exist, and neither will you and neither will I. But I can go right the fuck outside and everybody who's out there will be existing, right? There's actual streets, not what you be saying. I don't subscribe to those off-brand commentary types. This is a real villain. A real life villain. Been a villain since I came out the coochie. I didn't just start. You see what I'm saying? And you, madam, should know exactly the type of villain you decided to troll. Okay? I don't have no intention to continuously fuck with you. I mean, I can. I mean, I give bitches this work all day. Why not? I ain't got shit to lose. There ain't shit you could say to me. There ain't no way you can make me feel some kind of way. I have to have fear in my heart. There ain't never been no pussy in this bitch. You see what I'm saying? I mean, other than, me being an actual woman of divine feminine energy. But there ain't never been no scary bitch in here. I don't care if you think I'm so big and I'm this and I'm that. I'm every fucking negative thing you say. I will be that for your eyes. I will be that for your heart. You don't deserve to see the fucking light inside. You see what I'm saying? You're not worthy of my presence. No, you're not. And a motherfucker like me would never beg you to like me. Real shit. Would never beg you to subscribe. Would never beg you to fucking chop it up with me. Never. I don't have to beg nobody to be my motherfucking friend. I don't gotta beg them to tune in. I don't have to beg nobody. This is what fucking, empowering looks like. This is confidence. Right? I don't fear no broad, right? I don't think that some broad is way more better than I. No, I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. That's me right here. And I'm going to say it. You know what I mean? Everybody in the world has been fucking with me my whole life. Nobody's ever liked me. But you know what? I don't even think like that. They all like me. You see what I'm saying? That's how I have to say it. Because if I let little peons like you infect my brain, that shit would break a motherfucker down. Hey, you already took a life from me. See what I'm saying? Yeah, I just wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared for that kind of level of malevolence at that point in time. I was not prepared for some whack-ass motherfucking colorism conversation with some insecure-ass broads and dudes. You know what I mean? About being more melanated than one. Okay? Especially when you have no motherfucking earthly idea of who the fuck you're talking to and what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? Starseed, psychic, fucking, been telling the truth forever. I'm not you. I'm not them. Better than. You know? And yeah, you're right. I ain't no content creator. I ain't never gonna be one. I'm a message booster. And a strong one at that. Okay? Like, for real. Strong one, move mountains. Shit. I sink battleships. It's a reality over here. Don't believe me? Look at the newspaper. Come to the city. You'll see all the work. Pay attention. You'll see all the work we and him do. I say this because just because you don't like somebody over there, it ain't got shit to do with me. It really don't. It really don't. It ain't got nothing to do with me. It don't got nothing to do with the Frontline campaign, which is the Frontline Black News, Jesse, me, Shabaka. Okay, and whatever guest we have. Okay? It ain't got nothing to do with us. We kind of innocent bystanders in your buffoonery. You're straight fucking around like you stupid. This is stupid. You dig? So no, you don't got nothing to do with us. I like the fact that you was trolling. I didn't like the fact that you was on some old cowardly shit. Because a real one would have been like, oh, look who done showed up. It's the doll. They've been woofing all that shit or whatever the fuck you was talking about in there. I didn't, you know what? Do you know how much I thought you was a lame cuz? You had like a 3.5 hour motherfucking show. And the moment I just happened to let my little sausage swollen little fingers, because I got all these rings on, just happened to touch the little screen. And I saw our little shit go across your thing. And y'all over there talking about us and laughing and whatnot. And I seen the 2 people in your chat. They were actually chatting it up and giggling and shit. And I sat there and I listened. Right? You had a whole 3.5 motherfucking hours before that. Let me see. Hold on a second. Tell you right now. Let me tell you right now. I put my little reptilian eyes on there so you can really talk shit. Right? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Right? I'll tell you right now. I think you was only talking to maybe 2 or 3 people were actually chopping it up. It was 2 hours and 51 minutes. 2 hours and 51 minutes out of a 3-hour motherfucking show. So for the remaining 2 hours and 51 minutes, right before that, I didn't even know you was running this shit. You was running your little program, talking to yourself and shit. I had no motherfucking idea. I had no idea. You know why? Because I don't study you. When you said you don't fuck with us, stand on that. Don't fuck with us. We don't fuck with you. You ain't our type. You're not our speed. You're definitely not my speed. Because first of all, I can't deal with fucking bras that have no confidence. Okay? As melanated as you are, the audacity to talk shit about my dude, right? As melanated as you are, though, you should know better. You know what I mean? You should know better. And I know what you're going to say. Talk all that shit. But I know you won't have the courage to come over and ring my line. I know you won't have the courage to do that. I know that a fact. Because it's been many times that I went over there and tapped your line. You know what I mean? Many a times when I went over somewhere and tapped in their chat, not giving a fuck what they had to say. Many a times I just sat in there, just clowned and talked shit. That's what I do. So you should know exactly what I do. Why you want to tussle with, why you want to actually have these verbal conversations is beyond me. Like, you ain't gonna find a worthy off-brand like Tahaka or motherfucking who your favorite rival, what is that? Sinetta or some bullshit. Some motherfuckers over there, that on some other shit. Go promote your motherfucking, whatever ideations you're following that day. I don't know. I don't follow you. You hear me? I'm not listening to you. I don't talk to you. I don't talk about you. I ain't got shit to say about you. Matter of fact, I just rather not. Normally, I would just rather not. And when I tried to tell my dude, maybe he should not try to, build this a platform for himself, right? That he should not try to just join forces with whomever. And maybe there was other people we could have just explored that. He was convinced he didn't want to. Okay? He's a man. I just don't have the what I look like. I mean, I stress my point. He's a man. He gonna make man decisions. I told him what to do. I knew you was gonna do it. You're so fucking predictable, right? That was a prediction. I mean, if a motherfucker was psychic, it wasn't never a lie. I predicted it, and bam, there you are, doing the one thing that you should know better. Over here, anyway. Go fuck with them, but don't do it when I'm on there. You know what I mean? Go fuck with anybody else. But you don't come fucking around over here with the Frontline Black News. The revolutionary agenda. Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced. Why? We're not for you. We're not for any of the people you reach. Okay? Though you people, the people over there, right? Y'all are coons. Straight up. Look it up if you don't know what it means. Okay? Y'all over there. You're not message boosters. You're not on the fucking new black media side level of fucking thinking. Okay? You're not thinking about black people first. Because if you were, none of that shit that would have flew out your mouth today would have been on the right side of things. Okay? You're talking about us. we want to separate all this shit. But you're the main one saying the same shit, which is hypocrisy. Right? We deal with motherfuckers like you every goddamn day. Every goddamn day do we deal with wishy-washy coons every motherfucking day. Yeah. There's nothing you can say to me that's going to top that. Okay? There's nothing that you can say that's going to hurt my feelings. That's going to top what I just said to you. We are on one set of thinking. The audacity of you to call us supremacists. Now, if you're going to say that, say it correctly. You know what I mean? It's definitely not on the white side of things. It'll never be on the white side of things because that's what we actively fight against. And you would be on that side of things. Do you see what I'm saying? You're not on this side. This is like cognitive dissonance at a high new level. High velocity cognitive dissonance. All you have to do is just keep it pushing. You know what I mean? Do what you always do. Keep it pushing. Find somebody else to go fuck with. But don't do it over here. Don't do it over here because it's not a threat. It's not anything. It's just a waste of your time. Because you're dealing with someone that thinks higher, right? And I play real life strategic fucking strategy, okay? Real life strategic strategy fucking games. And I'm telling you now, it's not worth your time. Surely you can find some weird ass bitch to fuck with. You know what I mean? Surely you can find some weird ass, lame ass dude that doesn't have the fucking testicular fortitude to stand up against you. Huh? Surely you can. Surely you can just go get a motherfucking job or a hobby or something. Go get involved in some shit. Isn't that what you were always talking about back then? You know, being involved, being part of the community. Wooty wooty woo. Right? Isn't that what you always talking about? Right? Now I know. What you gonna say? Right? I forgot to adjust their crown. So go find somebody else. Just because you see us over there, you didn't ask somebody. Well, I'll tell you. He wanted to expand. He wanted to talk about politics. Just because you don't like him, right? That's a you problem again. It's always a coon or a coonstress that doesn't ever want to be on the right side of black. Look that up. It's always a coon or coonstress that has something to say about a motherfucker that's way too militant or way too fucking empowered. And these words I shouldn't even have to be saying to you because you would think with your history, you would be black and militant still. I don't know what happened to you. I don't even care. It's not my business. See what I'm saying? Not my business. But what is my business? And what I find offending is the fact that you have nothing to do and you lack so much limited content that you had to come trolling across the internet and you see that he's over there chopping it up about politics with other fellas, men. He's chopping up with men, right? I don't know if you think there needs to be a place for you somewhere, Broad. Then do that. But that's him over there building his section. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own little lanes, right? It kind of looks real goofy to me when you see it like the way I presented it to you. You got a problem with a man or a bitch, you need to go address it with them, right? But when you not even looking at something that even him and I, or Shabaga, whatever had got up on their platform, because in reality, it is their platform, okay? And the person you don't like for whatever motherfucking reasons, again, not my business, don't give no fucks about it. You rarely see me post anything. I tried to today, but, as divine as the universe, it would not allow me to for a particular reason. Just like I keep trying to tell my baby, don't do it. Because a motherfucker can't control herself. She can't control herself. She just has to. She can't find nothing else. You know what I mean? I mean, she couldn't find shit else to go fuck with. I mean, there's plenty of content. Plenty. There's plenty of fucking content. There's fucking divestors. I mean, there's plenty of weirdo shit that you could fucking line yourself with and go troll and build some content off of that. Plenty. So much. I mean, I was trolling. I wasn't even trolling. I was actually busy for fucking hours before I even tapped my little swollen ring fingers on your shit. It just happened to come up on my motherfucking YouTube streams of fucking black consciousness, okay? And trust me, your shit didn't come up on the conscious side, okay? It didn't. It came up on like the gossipy fucking other shit side, you know what I mean? Gossipy religious side, I think. I don't even have one of those. But it definitely wasn't in the new black media columns because you don't do that. You don't do that. You're not us. See what I'm saying? I keep saying that because it's very important that you understand that. You understand, yeah, you're right. I don't make content. Absolutely fucking correct. I really don't. I report new black media news. I message boost for the new black media. You don't know what that is? Look it the fuck up. Simple as that. Reading is fundamental. I shouldn't have to tell you, of all people, about reading. I shouldn't have to tell you, of all people, how to conduct yourself when I've seen you do it before. I shouldn't have to tell you, of all people, that this is the lane you don't want to fuck with. Just leave it alone. Because I have time. I have time. I have 3 fucking platforms. I can just meander over, shit talk over here, shit talk over there, shit talk over there, troll over there, stalk all the fucking people. I mean, I could do it all motherfucking day, but I have important city business to take care of because there's actual black people in my city that really need help. I don't know what you got going on in your city because it's none of my motherfucking business what's happening on your side of the world. Just wherever you are. You know what I mean? You're not in my universe of, I wonder how she's doing. I give 2 fucks. Just like you don't give any fucks about us. Okay? Why you want to be nosy and troll over there with the people that you don't like and then drag us into it is real childish, petty, and lame. It's like real small thinking. You know what I mean? Why do I have to get involved? Because I don't like seeing my work displayed and disrespected because you got problems. Okay? Yeah, that is true. You got real life problems, and it's not me saying it. I mean, I think I've heard it for 3 motherfucking years off and on about your motherfucking problems and how you don't know how to behave and how no one could be your friend. Okay? And you just must have attention. Right? I think it's like 3 motherfucking years off and on. In between, as soon as I even see a motherfucker that was over there, I just immediately did. Why? Because I don't have no reason to associate with what I consider low vibration. Okay? No reason. No reason. You're not my type. You're not my speed, just like I'm not your type. I'm not your speed. You know what I mean? Could we have been friends? Probably not. I definitely said we wouldn't have been friends after I lost my baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, I consider that an act of fucking mayhem. I shouldn't have stayed on that long. You know what I mean? I probably shouldn't have stayed on that long. However, I felt like, if anybody got to boost your little feelings about, light-skinned broads taking all your opportunities and whatnot, I have to make you feel like a real live woman. I guess I just had to stay and do the job. You know what I mean? If I had stayed there and boost your little ego because, you felt some kind of way because some light-skinned girls or whatever had a history of doing whatever the fuck, to whomever the fuck, and it's just historical, and I just had to be there to fucking, take the blame of it. Man, that shit just will not sit. However, I stay on tilt, so it's gonna be okay. I don't care. You don't like it, do something about it. Fix it, shit. You know what I mean? How I don't have this, and I'm never gonna have that, and how I can't relate, and blah 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 blah, right? And why not just accept the European side of things and my mama and woo, right? Man, and what I say then, the broad is a villain, and I ain't got to. I came in this way. I love this me. I love all of this. I love my skin. I love everything about me. That doesn't mean that it takes away from anything. That means I see you for what you really are. You know what I mean? And I tried to explain things the proper and correct way. But again, y'all motherfuckers were not listening. You don't ever want to hear it. You always want to, there's always something when it comes to mulattoes or light-skinned or fucking whatever when you feel some kind of way, right? Right? And you gotta drag a motherfucker, and you really did for 6 fucking hours. I sat there and placated to your motherfucking feelings and shit. Yeah, because that's what I did. That's the reality. And brothers talking about the standards of black beauty and what they thought was black and beautiful. Talking about, cause I'll never forget the Whoopi Goldberg version of her now is the standard of black beauty back then. You know what I mean? And I'm telling you, no. I'm telling you, the sisters in there that has such a problem. You even had one sister that just didn't even date brothers. Right? But everybody was jocking that broad. But y'all were just so steadily fucking with me, right? But you see how that worked out, right? You know, I tell you, you know, the brothers, the melanated brothers, they don't look at broads like us. I know it's a comfortable thought and everything. I mean, they might look at white girls, maybe, perhaps, because they're in that interracial sexual activity, you know, that the news black media always talking about, right? Shit, getting on my motherfucking nerves, right? So they might look at them, might even look at Asian broads, Hispanic broads, whatever, right? But they ain't checking for us. They're not checking. They really look at y'all. They really look at y'all. And any fucking sister that knows her fucking worth, knows her value, knows I'm telling the motherfucking truth. Melanated as they are, they know that the brothers are looking at them, right? So while you all stack all this ugly shit onto a motherfucker like me that has no idea, okay? You think I have no idea? I done seen this since I was a little girl. I didn't get the same motherfucking opportunity, so it was me and all the little black girls going to foster care. It was me and all the little black girls going to jail. It was me and all the little black girls in the system, okay? Not me and all the little half-breeds, because that's what I heard I was, right? That didn't stop a motherfucking thing over here, right? That's all I heard in my own house. Motherfucking half-breed. Goddamn right. I guess if I gotta be, right? I'm a motherfucking half-breed. So fucking what? I'm saying it with my chest. Came in the world fucking better than greatness. My father's fucking beautiful blood runs through me. It's amazing. You have no idea what I accomplished, right? So I went to school with the little black girls. I was in the system with them. So all the little opportunities that y'all motherfuckers are so adamant that I had. Yeah, no motherfucking idea. The kind of life I live, right? None. No fucking opportunities. No doors. No nothing. This fucking religious fucking cycle. Cycle. Right? For no motherfucking reason at all. Just like all the other little black girls that had to go in the system with me. Okay? Since I was like 7. So don't tell me. You motherfuckers look at me and they're like, huh? That's right, brother. Oh, cuz, you can pop on anytime. I'm just telling this broad that she was trolling and talking shit. But she, I'll get it. You gotta run that playback. What I'm saying though is, y'all motherfuckers are fucking with me the whole time, not knowing. And who's the biggest advocate for fucking the fucking black nuclear family? This motherfucker right here. You'll hear me ever say fucking interracial fucking dating and you should just you have a brother date a white girl. I wouldn't even have my own fucking child, man. Me and Jesse had a child. I would never have my child bring home a white anything. Why? Because I don't want it. I just don't want it. I feel like it's disrespectful. Not only is it disrespectful to me, but it's disrespectful to his mama. See what I'm saying? And plus, I want a vet. And I don't think white people can compete. I don't even think they're smart enough sometimes. You know what I mean? But y'all are so adamant. You need to embrace the European side. Why won't you just accept it? That you're mixed, that you're half European, half white. What you mean? Why don't I accept it? I have no other motherfucking choice to accept it. This fucking milky mulatto fucking skin, this fair skin of mine, it only comes from one place. It didn't come from my father. My father is dark as fucking Jesse. No, I came from my mother's side. I'm not gonna take that back. You know what I mean? I'm a starseed. The universe planted me where the fuck the universe planted me. And if it planted me over here with the villain, my villain, and I came out that broad's coochie and here I am, I cannot change my fucking pretty skin or anything about me. Eat a dick, accept it, or don't, but you will fucking respect me. You will respect me. Because I remember you saying you didn't fuck with us. And that was a few years back. And we kept it as that. That means we didn't fuck with you. When you threw shade at us for us trying to even say what's up to you on your own fucking platform, and you were so motherfucking disrespectful because we said hello and went and showed love on our homeboys page that we talked to way more off YouTube. We just chime in on your shit, share a couple giggles and bounce. We actually dialogue with this brother. No, not the other ones you don't like. No, but I think if you have that link, I'll talk about it right now. Today, talk about it if you put the link in there, so I can show it. Because that's a real interesting story. That's a real motherfucking interesting story, and that's one of those things that I think I've talked about on another platform about why I don't think it's okay for white women to be raising black mixed children, and or black women not educating their black sons and daughters correctly either. I mean, we can go in on that too. You know what I mean? So another thing, because I know you're gonna address it. I know you have no chill factor. Okay, I know you don't. I know you're like a small child, and you must fuck with something. So I'm gonna give you a couple of more things to add fuel to your little stupid fire. Okay, may you burn in hell in it. Right here, check this out. I don't speak for all black women, but I think they would be lucky to have me speak for them because I'm not wishy-washy, and I'm not on the white side of fucking Karenville. Okay, just because my mama is white, that has nothing to do with anything I'm talking about. It has never had anything to do with what the fuck I'm talking about. If I can kick my mama out my own crib and tell her this is a red, black, and green house or a crib house, and you will respect the people in my house, or you respect the topics in my house, especially if we're black first, and you don't like it, you can get the fuck on out, then that's what it is. And I kick my own mama out. Okay? I'll kick people who think they my friends out. I have no white friends. None. I don't even consider them allies. I know. Hey, we should, right? That's the shit y'all were trying to push on me that night when I had that miscarriage, right? I said, fuck it, man. Let me go ahead and drink this motherfucking tequila. It was my dude's birthday. Yeah, you know how I remember that? Because my dude's birthday is like on the same day as Martin Luther King's day. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday or some shit. It's all like on the 16th, right? And that shit happened. That shit fucked up everything because I stopped him from going to the parade. Because I was in a fucking disarray. Why? Because I couldn't factor it in how I have to explain to my melanated brothers and sisters who should be my brothers and sisters about not to fucking look down on a motherfucker like me who's only trying to elevate and tell you that nobody's checking for motherfuckers like us. And that y'all are all the rage, right? Black women don't look for light-skinned or white men, and if they do, it's because of some other bullshit, some old feminist crap that y'all be trying to promote, some divestment shit, right? Because you're mad and angry and you don't want to work with a brother. That's just what that's about. That ain't got shit to do. Y'all been crucifying men for the last fucking 10 years. Get over it. I did. Everybody did. Everybody has to get over it at one point. But because you shouldn't want to fucking make beautiful fucking melanated babies that are fucking super smart and intelligent and are fucking gonna be great. Not like this off-brand fucking Willy White shit that's fucking all sanitized and fucking weird. You can't even have dialogues with them. You know what I mean? I can't respect nobody that fucking, jives with motherfucking transgenderism and likes that get down music and shit and all that good shit. I mean, don't act like I don't know you and I haven't seen your bodies of work. Okay? I haven't clearly experienced it. But like I said, don't start nothing, wouldn't be nothing. And if I wouldn't have came across it, I wouldn't have nothing to tell. Okay, let me get that in there real quick. I wouldn't have nothing to tell anybody. I wouldn't have nothing to tell Jesse. Hold on one second. I wouldn't have nothing to tell Jesse about fucking that you was trolling. Right? And that I was right. I was so motherfucking right that you was gonna be a little kid You just have to come fuck with something. I don't know why you just wouldn't take it over there. Like, look, serious about this, bro. Like, I got a problem, I'm a loc. I just go tap in. I knock on doors, I show up. I come by myself. I don't need nobody to hold my hand. I don't need nobody to elevate me, tell me how fucking great I am, kiss my ass, fucking, tell me how pretty I am, make me feel good about shit, any of that shit. Um, all right, man, hold on a second. Hold on, Jay. Um, I don't need anybody to do that, and I never will. I never will. The epitome of motherfucking greatness is just knowing who the fuck you are, and that's just the realest fucking shit you could possibly get. Just know who the fuck you are. I know who the fuck I am. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. I gotta put that on mute. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see. Right, add a wrench right here. Let's see. Add moderator. Standard. You can have I'll get a standard because I don't understand the managing part, so we get a standard there, cuzzo. Um there you go. Hopefully you got a wrench. Try it out. Let me see. Hopefully you got a wrench. Let's see. Play by ear. Try it out. See if you got one. Because I think I put it in there right. Yeah. So, I saw you trolling and I was just like, man, I was beside myself. I listened. You said there's no black cloud over here. I mean, I could play your track for you because that's what you did to us. And I would feel like, that was kind of not amusing to me because I was like, this broad. But I will play something that really did kind of season it. Yeah. Yeah, y'all are talking shit about the crib, right? Right. Yeah. You see how I'm talking? It's Colorado. But all right, I'll just go ahead and check you, right? Look, I got a heart condition. I'm sick as a motherfucker. Right now, there's like two things on it, but I don't have to do anything I don't want to, right? This is my motherfucking house, right? So if I don't feel like, it's midnight and I want to throw all my shit on top of my bed, I will. Who the fuck is you to fucking be the room critique fucking policing and shit when you don't even get on camera? Shut the fuck up. That's stupid, right? And you want to say like, well, that's her husband. Yeah. So fucking what? You mad about it? What you mad about? Was he running for office? Yeah, he was running to be the mayor. I'm running for city council too, right? For someone who has a lot of shit to talk about, I don't see you running for shit. I don't see you doing any of that. But since we're here and you decide you want to do something, we'll go ahead and, like I said, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Right? Look at all this laughter, right? Oh wait, hold on a sec. I should share that. That's right. You're right. Who am I to say I forgot to share it? Look, we petty too. We real petty over here too. But it gets worse because you already know who you're fucking with. Remember, you didn't fuck with us. So why you doing this now? You're only doing this to yourself. And that's what miserable people do.
What the fuck is this?
Right?
Let's hit this shit one more. Let's continue.
On the situation. Oh yeah, if you will really see something. If you make progress or make a lot of money, you may end up losing some of your friends. If you don't really try it, if you make a lot of money or make something big, have something going with yourself, you're gonna see the whole different.
Now we got a fat panda bear.
See what I'm talking about? Like I'm all yeah, you right. You so right. You know what I mean? Like you right. You so right. I'm everything you say I was, cause you was so right. I'm like a real big ass broad, and I'm this and I'm that. Everything you were saying back then, shit ain't really changed. The only thing changed is the circumstance. And it's real easy for a motherfucker to sit on the sidelines, not knowing what's going on with a motherfucker, and criticize him, right? You could be like, oh, look at the backspace, Patty. That's real immature, right? That's like so weak-minded and tall and small, right? And they'd be like, oh, you're a real big motherfucker. You got that right. Yeah, you damn right. Got a little air inch of it. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck what you say, right? Right? But you gotta talk about somebody's motherfucking weight when you can't even get on motherfucking camera. Right? You talk about how bad body built a motherfucker really is, but you don't even show yourself. And if you did, I mean, will motherfucker really be trying to holler at you, cuz, with the way you look? Or let's keep it 100. Nah, but you want to go there. We could have just went there, right? Let's carry on. Let's proceed like you do.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not.
President Trump, welcome
this
back.
This is the way I was many moons ago when I showed up and was over there trying to just be kind and
the whole time. I'm just checking because it could be somebody.
The whole time this was happening, right?
Laughed like a pig.
Right? Yeah, that's right. I was over here typing in the chat, okay, while she over there talking shit and giggling with her. At this time, I think there was like 13 people viewing at that time, right? But there was only like 3 or 4 people. Keep in mind, you see motherfuckers that we see all the time in her chat, right? They go and meander in other places, which is fine, man. You allowed to like whoever the fuck you want to like. It ain't no big deal. Like, I'm not her, because they have to be like, oh, you must be my friend, or else I'm just gonna start fucking with you, though. Because like, I can give 2 fucks. You don't like me, I ain't for everybody. I'm not for human consumption. You know what I mean? So you say all that shit. Go ahead. That's what, motherfuckers that sit behind cameras have so much to say. So much to fucking say. Especially when they ain't got nothing going on in their life.
Look at her. She is drinking. Look, y'all see this shit?
Yeah. I was drinking water or something.
What kind of live is this? This is Black Sun's panel. This Black.
No, we weren't. I think, we were doing our own shit, but this is Jesse share on 6 of these 6 platforms, and half of them are over here with this person that she don't like, that she just mentioned. Okay, so again, let's keep this in mind. Some broad has a problem with a man, not any of us really, that's in front that she's talking shit about, but some other man, and she just decided she want to go ahead and be a gripper. Look at it. What else? Let's fast forward like 2 seconds because the voice is like, real mannish.
President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
That's true. It's not like I'm lying or anything. It's not like anybody hasn't said that your voice was real mannish. I mean, like, okay, cool. You want to take your little pictures? Cool. I ain't hating because there's trust and believe you.
A motherfucking
upset about
mixed money wanna be educated fool. A Muhammad broke his speech.
No regard.
That motherfucker got away with killing a black man. Fuck dog the bounty hunter. Right.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all heard this shit.
But it's Spaz, what are your thoughts?
I don't know if y'all heard her, but she laughed like a pig. Look at her.
That's always what she calls everybody. That's always what this broad calls everybody, every woman.
What kind of live is this? This is Black Sun.
That's her go-to.
It's Black Sun panel, y'all.
Right, that's her go-to. Everybody's a pig in the world.
Let me guess up. What kind of live is it?
Everybody.
And that's her husband, the CHE in Chroma.
I'm not mad
at that. That's her husband down there. Well,
brother, saying
and he running for mayor over in Canada, some goddamn
Colorado, Denver.
Where's my people? Get off the floor. Get off the floor. I need to see some responses. What the fuck?
The whole time I was typing in there, and I was like, grand afternoon. I was being real kind, right?
Situation.
13 people.
Yes. If you will really see something, if you make progress or make a loss of money,
look, I don't agree with
you may
anybody
end up
talking bad
losing some
about
of your friends.
Brother Shabazz.
If you don't,
Oh,
you
absolutely.
just try it. If you make a loss of money
This is
or
what she say.
make something big, have something going with yourself, you're gonna see the whole different.
Now we got a fat panda bear, a motherfucking mixed money wannabe educated fool, a Muhammad broken speech nigga.
See what she said? That was the part I was tripping off about, not the weight and shit like that, because if her broad was really listening like she thought she was, then she would have heard that I just got out the hospital and this is all water from my heart. My heart is fucking only working on one side. So you see what kind of bullying type fucking stupidity that is, right? That a motherfucker isn't really this big is because they fucking wanna be. Motherfucker drinking ice water, you got a real problem with him drinking ice water and 2 casual sips of motherfucking Dr. Pepper. Bitch, you over there behind the camera, who knows what the fuck you doing, right? But like, I wasn't really tripping about the weight part because like I've been big my whole motherfucking life. It never stopped me from fucking doing anything I wanted to do. And again, my trip was about you always gotta say something about the mixed shit, the mixed mulatto shit, or the way I speak, right? I'm not educated. Okay. Show you right. But then when you start fucking with our brother Shabazz, and the way he talked, then you know you're a real simple-minded broad. Because anybody who hear the way he talk know damn well you shouldn't even speak on stuff like that.
And a drunk on the panel. I'm gonna need y'all to top at 90.
And to say like Shabaka was drinking is real motherfucking stupid. Because Shabaka don't drink. And Jesse was smoking some weed like everybody else do. And he don't drink. So what the fuck was she really talking about? Right?
I'm gonna need y'all to top at 90. Can y'all even understand what type of conversation they had?
Yeah, we was having a real serious conversation.
I can't understand shit.
You know what I mean? Like, that simple-minded shit we would not.
Can y'all talk to me? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the country.
Can y'all talk to
Ain't
me,
this
right?
the name of my show? Ain't this the name of my show? What the hell is going on with all the content creators?
We're content creators, guys. That's what's going on. We message boosters.
She got a hoodie on in the house.
Yeah, it's cold here.
Can somebody talk to me?
It's cold here. It's like 36 degrees.
Her husband is at the top of her. Check the move. Where my people at?
Yeah, see, you see, look at it. It was silent right
now. Look at
there.
The bed. I'm gonna need y'all to look at the bed.
This is motherfucking
check the bed out.
YouTube policing right here.
See, people be talking about camming up. Sometimes it's not good to cam up. Ain't nobody got nothing to say. Do I need to blow this shit up?
If you must.
I came to drag today.
If you must.
Ain't nobody in this chat saying what the fuck I'm saying. This nigga is running for mayor. Y'all
He was. He's not anymore.
Or city council. Some shit.
Right.
Over there in Canada. That way he claimed he at.
Colorado.
But
Colorado.
Check the bedroom.
How ignorant that is?
Check the bedroom out. Hold on, y'all.
Man, motherfuckers never listen. We was going through some serious shit over here. But oh well. No, it really none of her goddamn business what the fuck is going on over here on the Frontline Black News, right? She just decided to insinuate herself in some old stupid shit and decided to be real like the YouTube video policing type shit, right? So, and the whole time I'm typing in the chat, right? So you see how quiet it got? I'm like, hey, grand afternoon, blah, 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 blah. How are you doing today?
Let's continue.
Right?
I'm just trying to tell y'all something. Let's continue.
So when she started slow dragging on the conversation, she deleted
all of a sudden.
Right. And then on top of that there too, to prove your point even further, we got that there.
These the type of individuals that's, coming out here and acting like they're representatives and stuff like that for the black community. Look at this shit.
Yeah, we are. For our community. Then we don't have to speak for everybody.
And then I also found out this nigga Black Son and just Smoke Up, they still be dealing with each other.
I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't even care. Look, as far as
what did I tell y'all?
As far as that man who she's talking about is concerned, that ain't got shit to do with what's going on right here in this side of Frontline Black News. Jesse made the executive man decision to go ahead and share to build his platform. Okay, so that's a decision that he chose to make. That's really none of her goddamn business either, right? And like I said earlier in my previous statements, look, you got a problem with old boy, take it up with old boy. You got a problem with whatever, go handle that over there. You know what I mean? But that ain't got shit to do with what's going on at the Frontline Black News or any of the 3 platforms that we're representing right there, right? And you're right. I had no content creator, okay? I'm a message booster for the new Black media. Simple as that. And no, we don't speak for you. We don't speak for you. Because, like I said, y'all is just some coons over there. You don't speak for you. There's some ignorant ass shit that you're talking about right here. Right?
He was just up here talking about, as a matter of fact, I got to find that he was on one of Snup shows.
I don't care. Who cares?
That's why I said I'm just looking at the content creators. Ain't none of these folk trying to really just, come together. Ain't nobody gonna have the same ideas.
Now, when we not trying to come together, right? Like anybody who really pay attention to what we talking about, and we're not trying to come together. We just want to put Black people first, but not this type of Black people. You know what I mean? This type of Black people can go ahead and get left behind.
I'm saying the same programs, but
yeah, man.
When you see people trying to do positive shit, why we not trying to reconstruct now? I heard somebody on a platform saying, well, what's the reason? Well, we supposed to do our reparation. Well, how we do so for us? Reconstruction. A person said reconstruction.
And that's an opinion she got. I don't subscribe. You know what I mean?
Well, when we had reconstruction, if you look at history, they was really doing shit. We ain't doing shit to reconstruct.
It's not for us to rebuild this motherfucking shit, dude. Like, for real. Right now, there's no reason.
This shit ain't about money. At this point, money ain't even important. And I'm just being real because they getting rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
They getting rid of that.
So,
and I need to drop that in the chat because people ain't been seeing. I don't know if y'all been seeing y'all banks telling y'all they finna play with your money.
That's old
they going
news.
on into the digital currency and
that's
all this
old
different
news.
shit.
That's old news.
The majority of people don't even understand what that means.
Nah,
they feel like they will never take.
She probably right.
Paper money off the street, but that's stupidity.
I think I left like maybe 8
because they took food stamps off the street,
branch, right? Of trying to
stop you from cashing checks and started direct deposit.
She was talking about ain't nobody trying to, unify it. And I was like, well,
the fiat currency has changed many of times the look of it. Why would y'all look up on a lot of side of the videos and shit? I don't see no hearts and shit up under that shit for his videos to be monetized.
Right. And so like in our situation, we not trying to do that. Or even if we are trying to do that, it's not me over there. It's I mean, I can only tell Jesse so much. He's a man. He's gonna do what a man wanna do. Okay, I'm back. Okay, yeah. So, they yeah, they dumb as shit. But when it comes to, I don't give a fuck what you think about the room. I'm dying. Like, not only half my heart is fucking working. You lucky that my presence is right here. But you sitting there talking all this shit. We in Colorado. You down there in what? Atlanta or Georgia, wherever the fuck you is. It's cold here. It's 37 degrees right now. It was cold as fuck that day. And I was in the front room, right? Because if we were in the same room, on our devices would echo, right? All this shit was happening while I just got out the hospital, right? I'm swollen like this because my heart is backing up, my lungs and everything's backing up into my heart, right? I'm swollen. I'm not this big naturally. Rewind the fucking footage. I've been big, but not like this big. And even by the standards of things, I'm not even that big. right? And I could be in a motherfucking hoodie if I want to. We're in Colorado, not Canada. And even if we was in Canada, it'd still be all right to wear a motherfucking hoodie, right? I mean, everything you said, sure, okay? But that's a lot of big talk for a motherfucker that's behind the camera or behind the little screen and not really doing shit. You just got, you ain't had nothing else going on. You was just bored. Yeah, so you decided to go fuck with something. Take it over to his side of shit. Okay? But at the Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and the Revolutionary Agenda, which just happened to be streaming on that man's platform, just streaming over there. He wasn't even on the program. You see what I'm saying? You got beside yourself. You got to stop. I don't care if you think I'm ignorant. I don't give a fuck. I'm not for you, cuz. I'm not for you. I don't want to be for a motherfucker like you. I hope that motherfuckers like you never listen to me. You go there and stay blind, dumb, and deaf over there. Go over there. Hold hands with whatever you want. Right? Do that. Oh, weird ass coonsters. Do that. Over there. Okay? You're not about it over here. I tapped in while you was live. You were deleting my messages. 13 people saw me do it. Okay? And I was ever so kind. And then you trade up. And where I come from, use a mark. That's a real mark thing to do. Right? For all that vitriol you had for your sister for us, and I'm this and I'm that, right? And our boy is this and he's that. He can't talk right. Whatever the fuck you said about him, right? Right there. God don't like ugly. God don't like ugly, right? That just off top. God don't like ugly. Okay? And that's a very decent man, a very good man. And he always helps us. Just because you probably ain't got nobody to help you, right? Because that's why you got to be over here grifting and shit, right? We heard the type of motherfuckers you like to grift over and watch, right? And that's okay. I don't share my shit. I don't have to. I don't need anybody. Talk to me. I don't need anybody to talk to me, right? You see, I didn't drop no links. I see Jesse in there, typing. I see Jay in there. You know what I mean? No, you don't see me chopping it up and dialoguing or whatever. Not even showing shit on the screen. What? Not you. I don't need nobody to amp me up and fucking tell me how great I am. Oh, listen to me. Talk to me. I need you to look at the room. I need you to look at the room. I hope you got a real good look at the room, right? Because the bed just got up on the frame. So, yeah. Hope you got a real good look at the room. Right? Did you like my little black hoodie? You tripping out of my motherfucking flag? You got some real life issues. And it's really, you talk about us being like, we hate ourselves and whatever, but you just did the worst shit. You're a hypocrite. I come from people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks. You know? Real shit. You shouldn't be picking on motherfuckers and just finding a way to just go over there and bully them because you think you can. Then you pick the right motherfucker. And you know this already. We've had dialogues before. You know this already. You know how I get down. That's it. You know it already. I couldn't just sit idly by and not address the shit because that's where motherfuckers get up. They so fearful of you. They so worried about you. They so scary when it comes to you and your little ass. So fucking scary. How you gonna talk about a motherfucker being big and this and that when we could really, really attack the way you look? You came to drag somebody, right? I mean, I could really just say you look like an old motherfucking base head or like motherfucking streetwalker that walk on our streets, right? To go to this one little program for old hookers, right? I could say that. Could do a whole bunch of shit, right? Could say that. I could. But it doesn't behoove me to. I hope that you got everything you wanted out of that. Okay? I really do. And I hope you could sleep at night. And I hope everything's good, you know, because people like you don't have no friends. People like you don't have no family. People like you don't have nothing. And that's why you have to grift. People like you don't got no imagination to create nothing. Right? But you want to talk about motherfuckers running for office, but what you doing? You talk about doing for the black community. What you doing? I write policies specifically for black people, not inclusive, broad and ambiguous people, right? I don't play transgender fucking music. I remember you doing that. I mean, if I really want to dig deep and run that beautiful beam footage, I'm pretty sure we can see an old couple of motherfucking trannies twerking their motherfucking pussy on your shit, right? Everybody's a pig to you. Everybody bigger than you is a pig to you, right? I don't know which is worse, being a pig or looking like a basehead. Which is worse, right? Being an old light-skinned, uneducated motherfucker or being a real melanated fucking coonstress. Which is worse? Which is worse? A motherfucker that needs attention or a motherfucker that don't give a fuck and got all the swag in the world and that's why you hate her? Which one? Which is fucking worse? I know I would not want to be you. With all the motherfuckers that talk shit about you and how you can't handle it. And you just have to go on this whole dragging shit for like months at a time because you just can't handle it, right? I know I don't want to be you. It's a real lonely life that you live, okay? A real lonely, fucking miserable, sad, fucking old-ass life you live. For a motherfucker that got nothing is a rich motherfucker right here. Starseed. You can't be a starseed. You could never be a starseed. You'll just go ahead and descend. I'm an ascend. Okay? You descend. All the bullshit you spew, that's nothing but motherfucking malice and hate. And it's not even coming from a place of fucking honesty. It's coming from a place of a motherfucker that has low self-esteem, very low vibrational consciousness, and must be the center of fucking their universe. Right? And a bitch that got to fight with a man, who got to argue with a man, is no kind of broad at all. And that's why motherfuckers hate us. Because there's motherfuckers like you that have nothing but fucking ugliness in their heart to go and fuck with men. You don't like what he said. You don't like what a man does. You don't respect a man. Cool. Keep that shit to yourself. Not all women subscribe to that nonsense. That old fucking furious man-hating feminism shit. That's a you thing. And that's you and every other fucking coonstress, fucking non-high vibrational thinking ass female. You know, I brought this up to Jesse. I remember when because we always get kicked out of shit sometimes, right? And it's because melanated sisters and melanated brothers, right? I always got something to say to me, or I always gotta fuck with me somehow, right? And I always gotta say some shit. And I remember this one time, right? Way back before Frontline Black News even came about. A sister, I was invited to a program, right? I was invited to their program. And they decided to not tell the motherfucker that I couldn't come on. Said they had some other off-brand shit going on. They was talking about milk and gas. When I sat down and fucking worked on a whole week of fucking real high vibrational conversation about divine feminine energy, right? Especially divine feminine energy from black women, right? Okay. And instead they had an empty seat and some other weird ass broad chopping it up with her little best friend talking about gas and the price of milk, right? On a news program just like Frontline Black News, right? And Jesse was like, because it was all about colorism. And the broad was so upset, because I think she was a little on the jealous side for no fucking reason at all, right? Because it was nothing like that. I'm a monogamous motherfucker. So, y'all motherfuckers got that weird shit going on in your heart. You got to kick that out your system. You know what I mean? Kick that out your system. But, she's like, old girl's like, I don't want to talk to no light skin. I don't want to talk to no mixed person. I don't talk to somebody who has a black mother, black father, something like that, right? And that shit, for a time, that shit used to bother me because that always made me have to feel like I had to work harder. But then I decided, no, it's not me that got to work harder. It's y'all that got to work harder on your confidence. It's y'all that got to work harder on seeing you for who you the fuck are, right? You're not in touch. You're not in touch with yourself. You're not in touch with the Orishas. You're not in touch with the universe. You're not in touch with the fucking core of the earth. You're not in touch with your inner fucking blackness. You're not in touch. But you got a lot to say about a motherfucker that is just like this and is more fucking in tune with the universe. Starseed. If you had be one, you'll never be one. Never be one. Okay? Got all that shit to say. And it's a sad, sad fucking world for you. Nobody, I don't care how many subscribers you got, 29,000, that's a lot of motherfuckers that was listening to you and your nonsense. And for a long time, we watched that shit happen, right? But we also watch motherfuckers tell you what you really are. And you still have the audacity to go into hiding for like 6, 7 months, 8 months, and they come out and still be a bitch. Right? You got to find something else to do with your time. You got to find something to care about. And if you don't care about your people, cool, say that. Because what you're doing, that don't sound like you care about black people. You don't. You don't. And if you do, what kind of black people are you really caring for? The ones that like to stay in benign neglect? Who do you really care for? You know what I mean? And why are you going to hate on the motherfuckers that want to run for office and that are doing things for the black community, really want to do things for the black community? Just because you don't dig their vibe? Who the fuck is you? Who made you the motherfucking ambassador, or what is RIP and what is it? What's tight and what is it? Who dedicated you as the motherfucking YouTube fucking policing system? You know? Who said you was the operative to fucking tell everybody when and when to not cam up and what? Or what to wear and what not to wear when it's cold? Who are you to tell anybody what's the right body weight? Or what to believe in and what not to believe in? Who the fuck is you? Right? Here in this city, contrary to popular belief, I paid my dues in the street. And I do the work in the city now. It took a long time to get to that part. I don't expect a broad like you to understand. Because you think everybody should kiss your motherfucking ass and try to suck up and want to be your motherfucking friend. I ain't come here for motherfucker. I didn't come into the universe to make friends. I came in the universe to do something. Not to make friends. I have a divine purpose. What's your divine purpose? Right? Other than being an ass, calling people names, talking shit, like you have a foot to stand on. Let's see what the fellas are saying. Yeah, I see you, Jesse. Yes, you're right. It is crap. Yep. Yeah. Now I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, my thing is this with the colorism shit. The thing about this with the colorism shit, check it out. Some point, the people that are not that are not black first and not on the same shit that we're on, you motherfuckers are getting left behind. I don't know how you're gonna survive. I don't know. Maybe you'll have to argue about religion and do whatever you want to do, right? Maybe you'll think you'll have a debate or something. I don't know. Who knows? Okay. We don't know how you're going to survive. We don't know what you're going to do. Okay. You're not built like us over here. I know that because when I tapped in and you deleted my messages and then you trade up, I know you wasn't built like a real one. Okay. Because you know I'm capable of just tapping in. I got no problems. Like I said, no scary ass pussyfied bitch lives in this body. Okay. But when you did that, I was like, oh, cuz. The audacity. That's how I felt. Right? I say this and I'm gonna end it right there because I feel like I successfully gave you an hour and 34 minutes, right? Just on general principle, because I felt like you needed so much attention. I'm gonna give you this direct attention, right? What goes on at the Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda, and Shabaka's Black Experience is just that. You ain't got no business talking about anything that goes on with us over here. If you don't like what's going on with the Arena Uncensored and the fellas over there, that ain't none of my motherfucking business. Matter of fact, I'm a lady, so it definitely ain't none of my motherfucking business. If you feel you need to get involved and just be some random ass motherfucking run of the mill, must be in everybody's mix, including grown men type bitch, then go ahead and insert yourself in there, right? But yeah, I don't have to do that. Okay, there's a reason I'm the only woman on the Frontline campaign, and I'm just holding the spot down until Ramel gets up. Okay, and then all this belongs to him, right? I like how you think I have no education. I'm just nothing, but you have no motherfucking idea of all the fucking greatness I've accomplished in the last fucking 3 years. While you're sitting over there woofing shit, calling people names and talking out your ass, right? I've been over here changing the fucking game in the city. I've been sinking battleships, political battleships, really fucking putting in actual fucking work outside and on in politics over here, and not really with the white people, right? We fight racism, white supremacy all motherfucking day long. Live it, breathe it, eat it, go to the restroom. That's all we do. It's constructive fucking fighting racism and white supremacy, even in pretty black skin. Okay? There is nothing wrong with me or Jesse telling anybody, whether they be white or any other fucking buffer class of race, or even black, where the fuck to get off and when, right? If you're not black first, you don't put black people first before any of your other bullshit, not on our side. If you don't believe in tangibles, you're not for reparations, reconstruction. Yeah, reconstruct your ass, okay? You're stupid. If you even think it has to go to that level, you're really not doing some outside of the box thinking, okay? You have no fucking idea. And you know how we know you don't have no idea what's really going on? Because you're not tapped into the new black media. You're right, we don't make content. We just share the news. And we share other news. You're right. We are not like the Arena Uncensored. They don't even dig some of the content we share. Hold on a sec, okay? 1 second, right? They don't even dig some of the content we share, you know? Hold on, my eye was leaking. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, they don't even dig some of the content. I mean, we've had little moments. Well, you know, Jesse has. You know, I get on there once in a while, talk some shit, and I get off, right? I go over there, I just make little jokes, and I meander off. I go mind my own business, right? As a woman should. Just go mind your own business. Simple as that. You know, I don't understand about these broads these days, especially you old broads. Like, and use an old broad, okay? Use an old broad. You're older than me. And you would think that you would have more sense than this, you know? But old broads don't need to be fucking up in men's mixes. Like, let men do whatever the fuck they want to do. Just because you don't like them, go fuck with them over there. Go tell them you don't like them, right? Like you was doing way back then. You don't like Jesse? There's nothing new about that, okay? This is not for everybody. I'm not for everybody. We're for specific people, specific groups of people, right? You say we're not empowered and there's no, you said there's no black clouds over here. There's nothing but mixed colors of clouds, right? the worst shit to do is to sleep on a motherfucker that you think is stupid. And when you try to sneak these side disses, sneak disses, and make these little colorings of fucking jazz, you whack. That is whack shit. way ahead, right? That's low level thinking. All the shit you're clowning about, low level fucking jabs, right? All I know is this: you're not gonna pull up. You're not gonna do nothing. If anything, you know, snitching is definitely in everybody's forte nowadays, and we done seen how everybody gets down with these doxings and whatnot, right? But a motherfucker can be scared about that if they got something to fear, right? So everybody's been like tiptoeing around you, scared as a motherfucker. I just chose, like you said, you don't fuck with us. Don't fuck with us then. That means don't troll, don't have an opinion, mind your business, right? That's what we did. We didn't go over there and fuck with you. We didn't have shit to say to you. We didn't go bother your people. We didn't go, let's see what you're doing. Oh, look at this whack little tiny crackhead picture you got up there and these little side jabs. No, we weren't over there. We ain't give no fucks about what you got going on, right? You said you didn't fuck with us. Then don't fuck with us. That means don't fuck with us. Seriously. If you're going to talk shit and you're going to be live, like I'm live, right? And you're going to be live, like say hypothetically you came up in this motherfucker right now and you hit the chat and you had something to say, right? I'd be like, shit, you want to get up there? All right, good night, Jay. You know, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, oh, good night, Jesse. Yeah, I'll see you in the morning. Grand Rising 2. Yeah, you know, you got something to say? You popped up in the chat right now? I drop a link for you. I even be real nice. I'm a polite motherfucker. Come on in, come on in. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing, right? If you open the door for polite conversation, I can be civilized. You say you're not civilized, okay, fine. You want to be trife, cool. You want to act like a dog, cool, right? Same thing about calling a motherfucker some sort of name like a pig. Don't you think that what you're saying is kind of in the same realm? I mean, pointed it out, it's the same shit, right? But if you just happen to show up, I would open the door for you. But come on in. What you got on your mind? You never asked us. You never asked. Why you were making assumptions of why Jesse joke, why are we over there in the arena uncensored? It's not what you think. It's just Jesse wanted to build his platform. He has every right to want to build his platform, you know, and he wanted to build with other, like for example, he wanted to build with our cousin right here, right? But he wasn't ready. A lot of people weren't ready to build their platforms yet, right? They just happen to be ready to build a platform and expand. So you gonna knock the hustle for him trying to expand just because you don't like somebody? Sound real fucking I don't know, petty, stupid. Kind of like you just jockeying. I mean, like fuck. You gotta see it from the outside looking in. You know what it looks like when you see women fucking with men for no goddamn reason, right? And they ain't even involved with them. You know what it looks like, right? I mean, I shouldn't have to explain it to you. You should know exactly what it looked like when a grown-ass, old-ass bride got to go fucking with some grown-ass, old-ass men because she feels some kind of way about it or whatever. She feels slighted for some motherfucking reason. They ain't fucking or nothing, but she feels like whatever, and she got to go make problems and talk shit about him and just drag his ass every time she see him because she ain't got nothing else going on. You know what that looked like, right? From the outside looking in, you know what it looked like when a broad does that? Oh, wait. It looked like she trash, right? It looked like she straight trash. Like she ain't got shit going on in her motherfucking life. Trash. Don't you got a whole dude? Don't you got a life? I don't even show my shit. I don't even film but like maybe once a month nowadays. Because I just don't want to. don't even share my shit. I could care less. I think I got like 12 subscribers. Right? Did I jump on my shit on Saturdays? Yeah, I co-host on Saturdays. And I co-host on Shabaka's shit too. I was just over there. And I'll be over there on Friday. Right? I gravitate to other platforms. I move around. But you don't see me moving around with nothing but vitriol in my fucking bloodstream and old player hating markasm shit going on in my bloodstream where I just gotta be a motherfucking stupid face hater. You know what I mean? Oh, sorry ass old ass fucking broad is over there saying, can I get an audience? No, bitch. I guess you could if you really had to beg for one. You know what I mean? You had to beg for your little audience right there. You know what I mean? This is a motherfucker just don't give a fuck who's watching. They'll catch it on the replay. They'll catch it if I share it. They'll catch it if it gets shared by some other people. You know what I mean? Not because I felt like it. It's not going to be agreeable. And now, yeah, you're right. I don't speak for all Black women. And yeah, well, I feel like we should represent our Black people here in the city of Denver and Aurora, right? We're dealing with a lot of racism, white supremacy over here, and a lot of coons and coonstresses that just refuse to read or refuse to listen to the fucking the right and exact. You know what I mean? I mean, they're so willing to forgive. You know what I mean? As they getting killed and hurt and harmed, right? Let's just forgive. Let's just listen to whatever, right? So, yeah, we're not going to be for you. You know? We're not going to be for you. And all you motherfuckers that are over there where we see you in other people's chats and then we see over here and you want to say hi to us and then go over there and laugh and shit, you know, that's real. That's it. What it looks like from the outside looking in, it looked like you double dipping and you ain't got no loyalties to nothing. And it's cool. Say that, though. Say that. Because the way you did us, I remember back then when you said you didn't fuck with us, okay? And you said why, right? Because we showed our homeboy elope. We showed him. He was on first. And we just happened to go over there first. Your show didn't come on till 10 minutes later. And then we all went over there. But then you decided to be well, you didn't have to show me love first. Like some old possessive ass, weird ass girlfriend, right? That's some weird possessive shit. We try to talk to you right. Even then, try to explain to you, but you weren't hearing none of it. And you say you were fucking with us. And anybody who fucked with him, you were fucking with us. And went on to go ahead and say more shit. And we left you alone. We respected that. We didn't like it. I mean, you know, who doesn't like fucking saying hello to other people that you meet in a chat room on visiting, showing love in somebody else's motherfucking platform? Because your friend told you to go show this person love. Really, just keep this in mind while you're dragging us and talking shit. It was him that took us over to your platform to show you some love because he thought you was something. Right? Like everybody at one point would thought you was something. And then you just show your ass and then he just ends up being like some old trash shit. Right? But that's how that worked out. And you say you weren't fucking with us. You didn't want to hear shit we had to say. You weren't listening to us, whatever. And we respected that. It's been almost 2 motherfucking years. So you would have thought you'd have a little bit more motherfucking sense to just respect what the fuck you said in the first place and not fuck with us over here. Just because you don't like him, you don't like what's going on at the Arena Uncensored, your beef is so heavy that you have to fuck with some old ass, you have to fuck with some man, right? As a woman who has a relationship or a man or whatever you got going on. I don't know. I don't follow your life like that. You ain't got nothing to do, right? So it looks real fucking weird when a woman goes and fucks with other men, drags them, talks shit, and then fucking dialogues and shit talks to other people that want to go and expand and build on their life and their platform, their messaging, because you're a hater. That's what it looked like. You're a hater. If you want to build with other people, go do that, right? If you feel, first of all, you ain't got no message, so what the fuck you really talking about? You just gossiping and talking shit and trying to get motherfuckers to feel some kind of way about people you talk shit about, right? So it's not like you doing something for anybody, right? Because you're not. That's the truth. That's the truth. You know what I mean? I know my shit is effective because I hear actual new black media presence, and I hear the news, and I read it in the newspaper. I hear people using my words, my terminology, and I hear people thinking the way I think, and they move the way I move only because I'm passing the same messages. I'm moving the same messages as the new black media is. And there's heavy people in there, and whether you agree with being black first or reparations for who we are and all this extra shit, don't let the shade deflect the fucking message. My lineage does go back too, just only half of it, right? But however, I don't have to prove that. I'm not going to, because like I said, this last season, this is gonna be me. It's new to you. All this shit that everybody wants to push on somebody is new to them. It's not new to who the fuck I am. I've been alive on this planet for 43 motherfucking years. And I'm pushing it. My avatar ready just to give up. I'm pushing it with half of a fucking heart. Half a heart. This is flooding. Right? Motherfucker die anytime, right? But you gotta listen to some old whack ass fucking weirdo fucking old ass broad who ain't got nothing better to do but fucking talk shit about a motherfucker wait uneducated and they're so ugly. They're just so that and they're fucking fair skinned and blah 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 blah. Bitch, you really got nothing going on. Go make some friends. Go be kind to yourself. Sit in a corner, build your altar. Do something, right? Do something. Practice that old hoodoo magic that you always talking shit about. Because, to each his own. It's a real Ifa princess right here. The Orishas are real strong with me. Do what you must. Talk about divine feminine energy right here. You've met your match. Sick as fuck, right? Bigger than you. So much more than you'll ever be. So yeah, go ahead, do your worst, because you're petty like that. I expect it from you. You know what would be a real shock is if you just left us the fuck alone like you said you was. What would be a real shock to me, would be like so surprising, is if you just never clicked on our shit when you saw me, Jesse, or Shabaka doing our thing on our show. Just because it says the Arena Uncensored doesn't mean we over there. And even if we are over there, bring your motherfucking punk ass up there and say what the fuck you gotta say and get the fuck on. Just like I was gonna do. I mean, I could have tapped your link, but you probably wouldn't have let me up. What's wrong with drinking water? Right? There's always drinking water. Like, you got so much to say. But I was like, man, if you really, like, we really had to pull that beautiful beam footage up when you was off camera. You really don't want to do that. There's some motherfuckers just don't care. It's going to live how they want to live. I don't have to impress you. You don't pay my motherfucking bills. You don't take care of me. None of that. And I learned that day. What type of malicious motherfucker you was. I learned that day when, for 6 motherfucking hours, of how this light-skinned motherfucker had to hype, had to boost your motherfucker, all y'all motherfuckers' self-esteem. Right? Because you felt so threatened by a motherfucker that is just like you. So fucking threatened. Right? And that caused me to lose my seed. Right? And I learned that day what kind of motherfucker you was, what kind of malicious individual you have deep down in your soul, or whatever is left of it. Right? And I learned, the one thing I learned was God don't like ugly. Allah don't like ugly. The universe don't like ugly. The universe don't like malicious shit done to innocent motherfuckers either. Right? And everybody has to suffer their wrath and reap what they sow. Even you. And that day I learned The one thing I didn't have to think about, the one thing I was like, man, the insecurity and the fucking ugliness that y'all have inside to terrorize and to constantly belittle and try to force your fucking thought process because you just can't accept what a motherfucker like me is saying because it doesn't jive to you, because it don't make no sense because you're too programmed, right? That you can't accept that a motherfucker kicked that shit out, reprogrammed, did a whole bunch of different shit and was telling you something because it's something they only can speak to, right? And in full fucking agreement with you. But you couldn't handle it. Y'all just have to push your fucking thoughts and opinions. You know, and it's terrible for a motherfucker like me sometimes. It just only makes us work harder. You know, it only makes us work harder. There's several fair-skinned and light-skinned motherfuckers that actually push the B1 message. And they go hard, very fucking hard. And I'm lucky to be in that little fucking handful. I'm lucky to have motherfuckers that more melanated, more fucking intelligent, and way more tighter than you'll ever be, that love me and respect me. You know, and that's something you probably will never have again in life. That's not on me, though. That's on you. You know, that's on you for being an ugly, spirited individual. And that's the way it's going to be. It's the way it's going to be. So I would suggest, and this is just a suggestion, play if you want to. Play if you want to. Okay? Play if you want to, but be bold about it. Don't do it like you did it, okay? Be bold about it. Like, actually message me and tell me you're going to talk shit about us. So I could just get in there and we could just address it. Because that's the type of motherfucker I am. So be bold. Be bold. Like, you really need to hit that comments and ask for a phone number or something. And that way you can message me and tell me you're going to be a royal cunt and I should just jump on so I can really officially just continue what you already know I'm capable of. Just like I see you. I know what you're capable of. But I can do this all motherfucking day. I do it all day in the street to white people and black people who can't act right, behave themselves, and at least fucking have some fucking intelligence about themselves on this side of things, right? I do it all fucking day long. And I can stand on it. I'll stand on it. I'll say it to you. If you was in front of me, I'll say it to you. You tap the link, I say it to you. I wouldn't, be some old chicken shit, fucking cowardly ass motherfucker and just delete your messages while 13 people are watching it as it happens. And a motherfucker extends an olive branch. You talk about unifying and working together, right? Then do that. But don't talk that shit and not walk that walk. Especially now, it's too old. You're too old for that. You know what I mean? Too old for that. And your shit is like that. I'd be like, God damn, because like, if this is what your youth got to look up to with you, right, then we ain't got no hope, okay? And if you're worried about my dude running for political office and a motherfucker like me with him, well, fucking goddamn right, somebody has to lead the motherfucking charge. Because right here, you do not have wishy-washy fucking siding with fucking white supremacy, using broad and ambiguous motherfucking terms. You do not have that. You have a motherfucker that believes strongly in a lot of fucking things that are beneficial for you, me, and us here. I can't keep trying to create stuff for people like you who don't want to fucking listen or don't even want to be remotely open-minded to something fucking real. Okay? You're too fucking set in your ways and too fucking old and too fucking ignorant for my fucking standards. And you're beneath me. I don't give a fuck what you say about me. I'm telling you, you're beneath me. I'm greater than. Okay? Beneath me. Childish, petty, weak-minded, low-spirited, low vibrational, not in tune. Give a fuck what you do. Bring it. Bring the worst fucking spiritual shit you want to, because I know that's what you always try to, intimidate a motherfucker with. You're playing with the right one. Divine feminine starseed energy right here. Real life shit. Move mountains. Power manifestation. Real life shit. It's not a game with me. Don't believe it? Look it up. Look it on the news. Everything I'm about to show today, me and Jess been making that shit happen. I've been doing a lot of fucking work. I'm fucking exhausted. I'm trying to fucking change shit for us. But I don't want to give you tangibles. I would never give motherfuckers like you tangibles. I would never give motherfuckers like you any kind of benefits because you don't deserve it. And just case in point, if you could talk about strangers that live in a whole nother state doing the right shit and have no business, they're not even fucking with you, they're not even talking to you, they don't even speak to you, and you have the audacity to come at this level for no goddamn reason, it just shows that you don't deserve nothing. You don't deserve nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Simple as that. I mean, look, I just got done dragging a bitch. I called her a whole fucking bed wench. And all she did was tell me I was uneducated and this and this and that. You know what I mean? And I had no problems. Been dragging this bride since Kwanzaa. No problems doing it. And you will be just another fucking bitch on my notch. You know what I mean? On the belt of fucking drag sessions if I gotta go there with you. But you know better. You've experienced this already. So I'm telling you. Telling you now. Just keep it pushing. Go find some weird ass off-brand to fucking, pollute with your garbage. Go ahead, take that over there. I saw you. You saw me. You said what you said. I said all this. You know what I mean? I mean what I say. I'm not going to say I'm sorry. I don't feel nothing. I have no feelings. Nothing you can say can really bother me. But you're not going to do it over here. And if you really see us over there, where he's streaming, where he has the right to stream and grow his platform as a man to build whatever following he wants to with other men, okay? That's a man thing. That's a man discussion. You are not a man as far as I was concerned. As far as I knew, you was a whole bitch. So, contrary to popular belief, I'm just going to stay over here and do woman-like things. And once in a while, I'm chiming in about some politics over there. Okay? But let a man do what he want to do with other men. I don't need to be involved. It's not my business, not my place. I suggest you just go ahead and do that same thought process. You ain't fucking none of them. You ain't talking to none of them. You don't like none of them. Cool. Go find somebody you actually like. Go make some friends. Go talk to some people. Get on a platform you could actually be a part of. You know what I mean? Do some positive shit with whatever time you got. You feel me? Or don't. But don't do this again. All right? At least be bold about it. At least be bold about it. You know what I mean? And call me, let me know, and I'll just jump on your shit, and we can talk about it right there in front of all your followers and all your little people laughing and doing the most. And that way they can really hear what a piece of shit you are. You know what I mean? And that you ain't about shit, and you ain't gonna do shit, and you just gonna talk that shit, and I'm just gonna laugh. We all gonna laugh, and I'm gonna be like, well, you just are so misinformed. You know what I mean? And you can say all that, and I'll say all this, and you say all that, and we'll say this, and we'll two-step a little bit. At the end of the day, I don't think you'll come this way, but you could definitely guarantee I'll go that way. Okay? I don't think you'll come this way because, whatever. And if you think the law will stop me, the law, you got shit. I don't care. You know what I mean? I ain't got to do nothing to nobody. I just got to. Hi! Thought we had a problem. What's up? What you eating for breakfast? Let's kick it. Let's talk. You know what I mean? Because that's if I move around like that in the city here, then that means I'll move around over there. If I move around like that in the different states and I don't have to tell nobody where I'm going, I'm checking out. I don't have to. I'm not going to. Right? Like I said, no pussy-fied bitch motherfucker lives in this body. It's going to be like that. Oh, hey. How you doing? What's up? What's for breakfast? You want to drink a beer? What's your problem? Let's chop it up. Because I know you're not going to come down this way. Right? It might be too cold for you. But you can definitely count on me going. You know what I mean? Not gonna be no cyber stalking because I'm mature. I don't need the internet. You know that, right? I'm like Generation X. We like the last of the feral, like the last of the real ones. That means we go outside quietly and maneuver quietly. Just make moves whenever, wherever. Don't gotta show nobody shit. Don't gotta ask for no fucking praise, right? Don't gotta let nobody see what we doing. Just maybe they're in the shower. Simple as that. You can definitely count on me moving around. Not worrying about shit. Not caring. Anybody can say whatever. Motherfucker been the enemy to a whole bunch of states. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Take that scary shit somewhere else. Okay, so I'm already foreseeing the forecast. But what would be a real shocker is if you just left the Frontline Black News, left Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, the Revolutionary Agenda, and all your motherfucking sorry ass, fucking stupid ass comments and opinions to yourself. And just left the show alone. Fair warning. Like fair use. You know what I mean? And just went on, got yourself a little something to do. You know? Did a little something for yourself. Made some friends. Actually make some friends. You know what I mean? I mean, you need attention. So you need to go make some friends. I'm cool with what I got. You know, nothing more, nothing less. I can only handle so much. I like my little handful of friends that I talk to. I like to float around on whatever platform I want. I don't think YouTube is a real place. You know, we don't own it as Black people. So really there's a lot of censoring and shit going on. Why your ass ain't got censored, who fucking knows? Why you don't get shadow banned? I don't know. It sounds kind of oppish to me. But it's all right. It's whatever, you know? It's whatever. Okay? It's whatever. But you ain't got to worry about me talking about, I'm going to go hit these YouTube streets and go look for her. Fuck that. You'll never hear those off-brand comments come out of my mouth. Okay? Do you over there. Don't speak on us over here. We know you don't like us. We know you got opinions. We know you think all this ugly shit. We now have full understanding. Now you got the understanding. So leave it at that. Now, moving on. Whoever's still here, little eyeball, I see you. Thank you for staying this long. Whoever it is, thank you for staying this long. I appreciate you. I got all of that out of my system. That's about even. Let's go ahead and get into some real shit. I wanted to talk about the shit going on in the city. I wanted to talk about the mayoral thing, the mayor in our city, right? You know, as previously alluded to. Oh, let me just stop this. From this point on, I'm going to carry on with my show. So we're not going to speak on you no more. So just so you know, right? So you can go ahead and tune out and do whatever you want to do. So I just referred to this broad, this old ass broad. They got shit else going on. I'm done talking about you now. So now I'm going to move on with my broadcast. Okay. So the mayor in our city had filed, when he had got elected, he decided to file a state of emergency because we had a serious homelessness issue going on. And, you know, contrary to, you know, popular belief of some of the coons in our city, Jesse was the only one that had lived experience. And if, you know, the people that have been riding with us through that whole election, then you know how hard it was, and the shit that me and Jesse and I went through, right? And what we still go through, just to try to do the right things in our city, right? So it's a real fucking problem. It's a real thing. The mayor decided we feel some kind of way about that whole shit, you know, that's just off top. But he said, you know, he had this whole unhoused plan, et cetera, we knew that that was some bullshit because we knew that there was some cultural, some intellectual property thieving going on, and you know, he basically took all the work that we did and did the old white boy swoop in, and I myself from coming from the street, I didn't really have a lot of experience with running any kind of campaigns or anything like that. I came right out the street, and I had never in my life up until being Jesse never even wanted to do acts of service or things like that. And it was just been outside, fucking game and just doing the most. But at some point in time, I wanted to do things differently. And so when the election was going on, if you was with us that whole time, then you know how fucking hard it was, for Jesse and all the opposition, that he went through that was very unnecessary, right? And it stems from, like I said, if you know, then you know that it stems from absolute motherfucking jealousy and people saying you can't have a fucking all black agenda. In a place like Colorado that is just, I mean, you can only say there's only 13% fucking black people here for so many motherfucking years. It doesn't even make sense. I mean, how many years are we going to be at 13%? You know what I mean? So, we have our own coonstresses here. You know what I mean? And they were avid. There was this one in particular group of individuals that, like, you've heard me say, man, they paved the way. They paved the way. When you're like I'll avidly say, you're an enemy to our people. If you're an enemy to black people and you're in blackface, then you know exactly what the fuck that means. You know what I mean? Then you do wishy-washy confusion shit to fucking confuse the masses. You let white people tokenize you in black church. That type of shit. You're disrespectful. You're disrespectful, and if you're an elder and you're disrespecting, then it's a real issue. If you're an elder, you're a man disrespecting a young black man for having fucking dreams and aspirations, especially when people talk about, black people need to start doing more political shit, then why stop the function? You know what I mean? But that's how it went down. And it was very, very difficult. And we're just the level of fucking grieving that goes through it is real serious, especially when it's just me and him. And when the fucking powers of race and white supremacy and money are against you, they're fucking against you, and it's just nothing you can really do about it. You just gotta fight through it. And we did. What we also did was all the work that we put on this campaign. We had at least 4 years worth of work, 4 years of tangible work that we could honestly say we were when I say we, I mean me and him, or just him, just me helping him on the behind the scenes or whatever. Because any good couple, there's always, when people have couples, there's always somebody that motivates the other motivates that person or whatever. You know what I mean? It's a team effort, and me and him are the team, right? So we had 4 years of actual fucking tangible work for not just for the unhoused people that we avidly fucking know, and that have, like, for me, I was outside for a long motherfucking time. So those people took care of me. They took care of me in the worst conditions, very, very much so. The worst conditions. I held shit down for 5 fucking years out as unhoused. That's nothing in comparison to all the work I did outside, just being who the fuck I am and moving around the way I do. Okay? That's different types of fucking different types of dues right there. You know what I mean? Paid my dues to, I'll say it, especially if you're here in public, in front of me, you'll hear me say I paid my dues to the street. And I mean it. I have. I've earned my respect the way I've earned my respect, and it wasn't in a shady way. It was in the right way. I politic correctly. I maneuver correctly. I talk to who I have to talk to. I don't make scenes. I do things quietly. I move differently. You know, and so I'm lucky in that manner. I was lucky in that manner. I just didn't have what Jesse had, and Jesse had different type of clout with different type of people. Different type of credit. You know what I mean? And he was doing the work in the community. He's actually housing people and stuff. So he actually had lived experience. I was impressed by that. You know what I mean? Because I had never seen nobody like me, actually have ambition and shit and really want to do something with their life. I'm surrounded by motherfucking knuckleheads that sit around and talk shit all motherfucking day about nothing. You know what I mean? So to see that was like, who didn't want to get behind it. So when we created what was already established for us, like I said, I don't create content. I'm a message booster for the new Black media. One of thousands, okay? One of thousands. The new Black media believes in a strong Black agenda, right? Being Black first, voting Black first, voting on tangibles, actual things that are going to be, tangible to the Black community, not tethers, not anchor babies, but the actual foundational Black Americans that live here, right? We live in reparations, cash payments, lineage based, reparations, all those things. So Jesse it's a hard job to run somebody trying to run for mayor, and there's only two of you, right? So it's like one person's doing like 8 motherfucking jobs, and the other person's just fucking running around just trying to do something, trying to get the message out, right? With all the fucking force. Well, anyway, I only made flyers to touch Black hands. I only put certain things on the flyers, and they're meant specifically for Black people here in the city. Not that there's other people that don't live here. I just can't be concerned about them. It sounds like how it sounds, Yeah, it sounds like how it sounds. I guess I could elaborate on it, but I don't want to right now. So my flyers and everything that we took it back to where we were doing it without anybody really paying attention to us. We're just outside talking to people, not making scenes about talking to people though. Just riding around, just on the bus, in the street, just putting flyers in Black hands, and like anything, then you try to get something just specifically for Black people. What Black people got to do? Some people just got to hand it off to the white man or a white woman, right? And that's what happened. So some of our work got in the hands of white people. And therefore, it went on this whole thing. And then that's how the white boy swoop bitch goes in, right? And motherfucker gets to be the mayor. Gets to play the mayor. Cool. Well, from that point, we were already saying, hey, man, none of this shit is going to work out because it's stolen. Right? If you only got a third of it and the rest of this shit is sitting right here, then what the fuck you going to do with it? You need all of it to really make it work. You need to have a real life vision. Right? My hair is like sticking out of this. It's like it's a little stick right here. Holding my little twist up. Anyway, pulling on and off my hoodie, my little French twist came down. So if you can't do shit without the whole plan, and if you keep the rest of half of the administration that was previously fucking up people for like 8 years, and you keep all those programs that fucked up people and cheated the system, cheated people, kept people out in the street, then that's what you're gonna have, right? If you don't put nobody on that has lived experience or they can actually be of value to you, then you're just gonna have another pile of shit, right? And so we have been saying this for at least 8 months. I think Jesse went harder with it. I was just like, man, because, it's over here. Yeah. So you really want to do something about it. I'm the one that has to dialogue about it because it's right here. You know what I mean? It's you might say it, but it's on me. Like, it's the work I put in. So everything I was saying, like, days and days on end, right? Weeks and weeks and weeks. There's times my brother said I didn't even leave this fucking room for like 4 days at a time. Just like that late at night. Just like that. Okay? And with nothing. Because, you gotta be the prettiest black skin and be the biggest motherfucking coon and don't want to see your people come out of benign neglect. Right? So you'll put up everything and everybody to make sure that don't happen. And that means stopping, the black grassroots from really, really taking a hold of a message, right? Which is cool. Didn't stop the function. We did what we had to do with nothing. I mean, really nothing. So if you were paying attention, you saw the whole get down, right? So the struggle it was a real life struggle. And I feel like I almost don't regret it. I feel like I learned so much from it. And then when I ran for my shit, just a general principle, I felt like I should, because once you start doing acts of service and you really start really doing shit for the city, there's a sense that comes over you that kind of don't want to stop not doing stuff for the city. And especially when you have a cause, like you just love fighting racists. You know what I mean? You love fucking telling them off. You love it. Like, I love cussing out white people. I love that shit. I love fucking telling people that they're racist. I love doing a whole bunch of fucking disrespectful shit to them. I love telling them how they go cry. I love telling them how white tears matter and all this extra shit, and how it looks like this and how it's that, and how they always want to say it's not about race, and it really is. You know what I mean? I love fucking with fucking all of that. I love saying all of that. I don't care what happens. What are you gonna do? What can you do? What can you say, right? And believe me, it happened. Like, motherfuckers, full threats, and it was all kind of shit. When I ran, it was horrible. Like, how can you hate a motherfucker so much, right? But it just is. So lately, the last couple months, he's been asking for these little extensions, to extend the deadline. He wanted to house 1,000 people by the end of the year. And we said that shit was fucking impossible, right? Not that it wasn't impossible. It's not really impossible. You just don't got the right mindset to do it, and you're not looking at it correctly. The reason I say that is because I can. I'm from the bottom, right? The bottom. That means the motherfuckers that actually slept on the fucking sidewalk. Whole Gettys. If you don't know what a Getty is, look it up. Our local paper takes pictures. They're called Gettys, and they're worth a lot of money, right? I think I got like 2 of them. But they're important. They're like little pieces of history. So I can speak to what I think. Actually, I can definitely speak to the needs of people, because I was outside with the people for 5 fucking years on the sidewalk in our historic black area with the people in a tent. Sometimes not even. Got arrested, violated, a whole bunch of shit happened before I got housed. Only reason I got housed was because I had a bad heart. And the one winter, motherfucker could have died outside because their heart can't handle the cold. So that's why they have to bundle up, wear hoodies and peacoats in their own motherfucking house. It's a real problem. So yeah, we've been saying that. We've been saying a whole bunch of shit. Especially when you got white people that come to black church and panders the black community. And they say they're going to do this, and they don't really do any of the shit they do. So yeah, we was kind of talking shit. We was, every Monday at city council just riding his helmet, basically. And Jesse would go to town halls, and this thoroughly ride his helmet there too, until he started really doing the work in the community. And that's how things get done, because we actually outside doing stuff. On city council, like if something I didn't agree with them, because I don't agree with this budgeting and whatnot. When the election when the election lost, everything happened. The whole new administration comes in. The same stupid fuckery is happening. We decided we was gonna bring it up. We could not bring it up, and we did every fucking time. I mean, to talk about protesting and fucking making scenes, and then going and fucking being on camera and fucking talking shit and talking about the police and all this stuff. We were doing the work, really doing the fucking work. So everybody hates it. It seems like, especially right now, constantly getting constantly you have coons telling us something about whatever because they don't agree, right, in our city. And it hasn't stopped us yet because the work doesn't stop, especially if you are really, truly about Black people. Not just any Black people, foundational Black Americans, freedmen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So then the calling is for real. And especially if you're fighting racism, white supremacy all fucking day long. That means all fucking day long, from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep. It's a reality for you. I mean, codified, fucking, you're on it. You're telling motherfucking white people to talk shit to the police. You're doing the active work in the community, right? You don't even dialogue with them. You're just on some other shit. That's right here, right? So yeah, this last little meeting that I'm going to show you guys right now, I couldn't hold it. I could not hold it back. I was like, that's it. We had been talking about this motherfucking this white boy. He's the housing czar, and he is the housing czar in the previous administration, right? And everybody just lets white people talk to them any way they want, right? And you're white, and your little tears you supposedly matter. White people don't cry though. They just crunch up their face and make noises. They don't cry. I don't even know if their tear ducts work, right? Real shit. And we have yet to see white people cry. Okay, like in the movies, right? And their lies always get them somewhere. And that's the reality. That's the truth, That's what they make up. It's actual truth. So he was getting that work. He was getting told off. Well, we didn't, so they have public comment or whatever. Yeah, and I'm going to show all that. I just thought it was hilarious to me because there's some new members of city council, and the one councilwoman that is in Jesse's district, Jesse's area. She's a really nice sister, She got the Black vote from us, right? I got there's something I say all the time. I say I sink battleships, and I mean I do, and I've been sinking battleships for like a whole year now. You're doing nothing over here that we don't want, right? And especially when you got people disrespecting and telling people call us just to sponge off the brain, right? Real shit. And take your intellectual property and run off with it. And that's why I like all this stuff that's sitting, like policies and shit written now that we created. We can't just leave in the hands of coons. You know what I mean? All this stuff that we want to do for our people, we can't just leave in the hands. We can't just leave them in hands because they're going to be all inclusive all of a sudden. They're going to be for everybody. And they're not going to be for Black people anymore. And that's the whole point. That is the whole fucking point for us, right? So I will show you what we used. Me and Jesse were both there. I want to read the article. I want to read? No, I don't want to read. I don't know. We'll see. Play it by ear. Let me go right here and share my screen. I got the thing up. Let me see. Share screen. Thank you for viewing, little eyeball. I see you. I'm going to show a couple of things. I'm trying to stay close to it because I'm gonna bounce from the homeless situation, right, to the city council thing, and then I'm gonna bounce right back to the school board. I just got two things to talk about the school thing real quick. And yeah, it'll be entertaining. It'll be all right. Let me see. Okay, I hope it's sharing. Let me see. Okay, here we go.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automation.
Tonight, we're going to begin.
Real fast, family. I'm going to breeze through all of these real quick. I'm going to go off camera for like 3 minutes, but I'm right here. I'm just going to breeze through the queue real fast. And then I'm going to breeze over here to some other shit. So just don't think I abandoned camp, because I didn't. Just have to stand up and stretch for a second and, you know, straighten myself out. So give me 1 second. So I'm going to go off camera. Just want you guys to know that I'm still right here. All right, here we go. Here we go.
And with the effort to get more emergency rental assistance in Denver. Now, $29 million already approved in next year's city budget. Now a push for help from the state.
And it comes as evictions soar. Last month alone, there were more than 1,600 eviction filings in Denver. There have been nearly 11,000 filings so far this year, and that breaks the previous record, just over 10,000. That was set back in 2010.
As Denver 7's Brandon Richard explains, there's concern the funding already approved just isn't enough.
It's really hard out here right now.
For Kit Bloom, being able to pay the rent each month,
it's extremely stressful.
Is a constant worry.
I've had more than one eviction notice, and I've been able to just scrape up enough money to keep myself housed, so it's been very close several times.
Kit is hardly alone. Thousands of people across Denver are struggling to keep up with rising rents. Since January, landlords have filed more than 10,000 eviction cases, more than any year on record.
It is absolutely a crisis. Regardless of your personal feelings on it, the numbers don't lie.
Those numbers are why a coalition of community organizations came together this year under the banner of Coloradans for the Common Good to urge Denver's mayoral candidates to commit to helping tenants. With federal pandemic funding drying up, it wasn't an easy task.
We did it, y'all.
But Tuesday,
and I'm proud of the work we did to keep people happy.
City council members joined Denver Mayor Mike Johnston and community leaders and tenants to celebrate the $29 million they were able to add to next year's city budget.
We know this is a critically important step because it is the right moral thing for the city to do, and it's the right financial thing for the city to do.
Council members and the mayor say they were able to come up with the money after searching deep within the city's massive $1.7 billion budget, looking for funds with leftover money and areas where they can make small cuts, like office supply budgets.
We spent a huge amount of time talking to every member of council and the mayor's budget team, trying to figure out how we could do this without touching our city reserves, because we're going to need those. We're in ongoing emergencies.
Though they're proud of the $29 million, they say it'll only help about 6,000 households.
That's probably right there. Like, they wouldn't have all these problems if they didn't misappropriate the money in the first place. And we could just take that back, at least to administrations. You know, they've been misappropriating funds for a long time. Now all of a sudden they got to just cut corners and do this and that, and they make it seem like it's such a hardship. But it wouldn't have to be such a hardship if they just did it right the first time.
About half of what's needed.
Look, Denver has made their investment. For our community members here in Denver, we need the state to follow suit.
They want the governor and state lawmakers to provide more funding during the upcoming special session to help people across the state, people like Kit, stay in their homes. In Denver, Brandon Richard, Denver 7.
The Aurora Police Department is making progress in some areas of its consent decree, but not all. And that's according to the independent monitor overseeing its implementation.
The city entered into this consent decree with the Colorado Attorney General's office in 2021.
We'll get back to that. That whole consent decree thing is like it's a whole nother avenue of worms. You know what I mean? It's like a whole nother thing. The consent decree is. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go right back to sharing the screen. Thank you, little eyeballs. I see you. 1 second. I gotta share the screen again. Okay, right here. Share that. Okay, go down right here. 1 second. Okay. So right here, yeah. Okay. Thought I had more on that, but apparently I guess not. I do have it over here in the articles. But I'll play these two more little videos.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most...
Jesse hates
there is concern from advocates tonight that a case being heard by the Supreme Court could put the safety of people in abusive relationships at risk.
Now, the law concerns it's a case that bans people under domestic violence restraining orders from having guns. Denver 7's Sam Painter spoke with advocates and with victims of domestic violence.
She's showing up with bruises. There are holes in his wall.
They say hindsight is 20/20, but Gabby Skubal wishes she could have seen the future.
It was really hard to believe that he would be abusing her.
In January of 2020, Gabby's best friend Nicole Stevenson was attacked and left for dead by her boyfriend Nathan Turner.
She had a portion of her skull removed so that the brain could swell out and not smash the other side of the brain.
After 3 long weeks in the hospital,
and her body couldn't handle everything going on with it. So we lost her.
Turner was under a protective order at the time and was arrested for beating and kidnapping Nicole 3 times before.
She reached out, she pled for help, and there was nothing anyone could do.
Now Gabby says his actions should serve as a lesson as the Supreme Court debates a 1994 law that prohibits domestic violence offenders and people listed in protective orders from owning a gun.
The trend shows that more deaths are happening, so let's make it easier for domestic violence offenders to do what they do. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
It all started in 2019 when Texas native Zaki Rahimi challenged the law after he lost his gun when he was placed under a restraining order.
His appeal won in the 5th Circuit Court.
SCOTUS then took up the case, prompting Ruth Glenn, the president of Survivor Justice Action, to lead a rally in D.C.
30 years ago, I was under protective order as a result of something else my then husband had done.
A survivor herself,
shot me 3 times, left me for dead.
Glenn says keeping guns out of abusers' hands is crucial after Colorado's latest domestic violence fatality report found a record high in deaths.
A victim is 5 times more likely to be killed by an offender when there is a firearm.
And that 86% of those deaths were from guns.
So the idea of having that reversed has been very disheartening and discouraging.
After the debate, Glenn left D.C. with high hopes.
We're hearing that the court seems to be focusing in on the dangerousness of it. And that's good news.
But Gabby still has doubts.
I don't know why they're not looking into reforming some of this. I mean, why are we looking to lessen the gun laws?
For Denver 7, I'm Sam Pena.
I don't know. I'm just like, what just happened to it? A rally. I think a lot of people have showed up. What do you think they're going on? That's a helicopter. There are a lot of people. They did a talk to people. Now we talk about the consent decree.
The Aurora Police Department is making progress in some areas of its consent decree, but not all. And that's according to the independent monitor overseeing its implementation.
The city entered into this consent decree with the Colorado Attorney General's office in 2021 to change policing and change how officers engage with residents. Denver 7's Micah Smith is looking into results of a recent progress report.
While criminal cases brought against Aurora police officers and paramedics stemming from the death of Elijah McClain continue to play out in front of the nation.
The defendants encouraged the paramedics
we got
to
banned
sedate
from
Mr.
another thing.
McClain.
Behind the court scenes, Aurora City leaders are working to fulfill the city's consent decree or agreement with Colorado's Attorney General to improve the public safety department.
It was originally conceived as a 5-year project.
Jeff Schlanger with the company IntegraSure is the independent monitor for the consent decree, and his team recently issued its 5th consent decree progress report.
What we found generally is that the department continued to make progress in meeting its obligations under the consent decree. And in fact, that 31 mandates were found to be in substantial compliance.
But there are 78 mandates total, and the city was out of compliance with several.
The most concerning that are not yet in compliance deal with data issues.
What type of data would this be?
Use of force data.
Yep.
And more extensive collection relative to various data points for uses of force.
Digging deeper, the report states APD currently cannot automatically retrieve an officer's use of force history from its system or reliably identify the exact number of use of force allegations that were sustained against an officer.
See that kind of shit, right? You see what we're talking about, family? This is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. I live in Aurora, so I'm telling you. I said it's all cap and they ain't done shit, they ain't learned shit. It's because of stuff like this.
Or identify outcomes.
Extremely concerned. And probably
in my version of things, because I go outside, right? I'm outside in this area. They never solve nothing. Like, they don't solve no crimes. I think they instigate almost the majority of them, and they don't do nothing. They just drive around, patrol, and terrorize the motherfucking community, and they're not even paying attention. If they are or committing crimes themselves.
Been the strong voice behind that.
Aurora's NAACP president, Omar Montgomery, is also concerned about a missed February 15th deadline for bias training.
And at the same time, it was brought to us that they want to find the vendor that can do it right. I guess there was concerns about the previous vendor or the current vendor. So hopefully that is something that can be done quickly.
Montgomery and Schlanger say they recognize not everything can be done quickly. And this process is a marathon, not a sprint. But Aurora's Public Safety Department's future hinges on eventual full consent decree compliance. Reporting in Aurora, Micah Smith, Denver 7.
Not a sprint. They just shit, man. I'm telling you, I'm out here. They haven't been doing anything. They haven't been solving nothing. They haven't been fixing anything. The fucking people are still at unrest. It just keeps getting worse and worse.
The real root cause of snoring is not what you think. Did you know that snoring has nothing to do with nasal problems?
Earlier today, a group of local educators and families joined together in solidarity to speak out after hearing about possible changes that could impact a Denver middle school.
Denver 7's Christian Lopez brings us their concerns and how the district is responding.
Teachers organized what they called a walk-in here at McAuliffe Middle School this morning, upset about the treatment of staff and faculty members. They're also speaking out about the school possibly losing its innovation status.
McAuliffe is a great community.
Students.
And I don't think anything should
change
about that. We honestly feel like there are enough problems within DPS.
Teachers.
And innovation should not be what's being focused on right now.
And parents.
It's just really important that we show speak our minds and have a support for the school.
Joining together after hearing about possible changes coming to McAuliffe Middle School.
We feel that the DPS board hasn't been very kind and equal to everybody.
Hearing that more beloved teachers and their interim principal could be terminated, a sensitive subject after the school board approved the firing of former principal Kurt Dennis last summer.
I would say that
Hey man, wait till I pull that up.
Mr. Dennis was like the best principal that we've ever had. And McAuliffe is kind of missing a piece when he's not there.
They also tell us they're concerned after hearing that the school might lose its innovation status, which gives the school greater autonomy over curriculum, staffing, and budgeting. Emily Fox says she's fighting to help the school maintain that status because it's a place she wants her children to attend in the future.
She's in 4th grade. It's not long until we have to make that choice, and this is our number one choice. We love this school. I have friends who work here. It's important to the teachers as well. They love being part of an innovation school, and we want to help support them.
Teachers like Carolyn Dane, who works at Swaggart, another innovation school in Denver.
And it really allows us to look at our students' needs from a year-to-year basis and adjust accordingly. If we didn't have innovation status, we would be one size fits all in following what the district would tell us to do.
I reached out to DPS myself. They said they couldn't confirm these claims, but telling us they'd look into it and get back to us. Reporting in Denver, I'm Christian Lopez, Denver 7.
Digging deeper, today's protest at McAuliffe comes after an investigation into so-called seclusion rooms at the school and the firing of former principal Kurt Dennis. In August, a Denver Public Schools investigation found school officials placed students inside at least 2 seclusion rooms without supervision. That came to light after a whistleblower complained to the DPS board. The principal who directed the use of those seclusion rooms, Kurt Dennis, was fired in July following a TV interview where he expressed concerns about gun violence and school safety. Dennis is now suing Denver Public Schools, alleging retaliation from the district. The district has responded, saying they fired Dennis for sharing confidential student information.
All he did was get on the news and tell the truth. But that already, but yeah, like I said, everybody deserves a cosmic slap. DPS at Denver Public Schools, which we'll get into that here shortly, have been doing the most. And they had these schools that were already sanctioned. Or they had these seclusion rooms that are like sanctioned already. It's a big old thing. But I was, like I said, I've been saying to them, I was sitting there with shit. This one particular individual, when he was going through some heavy shit, he expected everybody to have grace and fucking, side with him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in reality, he was not willing to do the same. He took that white man down. But I'm going to show something here shortly. Let me see if I can find it real fast. He was in the wrong. He was totally in the wrong. He went on a whole little investigation. There we go. I hope this is the video. It is the video. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Okay. Good. We'll disable that for a second. I was totally amused. You couldn't get me to stop laughing. Let's see. So you're using it. Continue with that. Disable. Here. Bet. All right. Let me see. I was laughing my ass off yesterday quietly to myself in the living room when I was reading this shit because the director is always who they're going to talk about in this little video. He's always talking shit to Jesse. And he just when he got accused of some serious motherfucking atrocities, he needed the community and this and this and that, and he needed all this motherfucking attention. But when it came for to be reciprocate, whatever, he had no grace for this white man, this principal, and shout out to Kyle Clark, Channel 9 News. As I always be like, I always say Kyle Clark's a real villain, but he gets to the meat and potatoes of the situation. You know what I mean? Let me see. Okay, so me and Jesse, well, especially me lately, I've been kind of I've definitely been talking shit to this dude because this dude he feels he's so privileged and entitled to just always go and start talking shit to Jesse even when Jesse's not even bothering him. You know what I mean? So he always feels like he has to pull him out and You know, I always got to drag somebody. You know, that's like a real issue with people that don't have nothing going on in their life. They always feel like they got to drag somebody for what? Like, thing is though, this dude is at this time is I don't know what he is right now because they just had an election, and I've been on like a black vacation. It's just everybody go on one. It's fun. Just really just go on vacation quietly to yourself. It's feel like right now, especially during election season, we all need to be on vacation. It's like nothing for us. We don't need to be asked nothing. Black people shouldn't have an opinion about nothing right now. We just need to be on vacation. We're owed at least 4-year vacation. It says Denver Public Schools board members appeared to violate board policy during the investigation. I thought there was an article. There is. It's just on another page. But fuck it. Let's watch the video.
100 days into the Denver Public Schools investigation.
Really, family, listen to what he's saying, because everything that Kyle Clark right here, the journalist is gonna say, this is one of those issues me and Jesse be going into, especially me, because you know, people are always acting like I'm ignorant and I don't know anything. And when I wanted to continue to try to do acts of service, if I lived in Denver, I would have ran for school board. I don't have any children in school, but I do know what it needs. And plus I listen. That's the thing about in the community, people don't listen to the people in the community. I don't really care about like I said, I don't really care about the other races and whatnot. I don't listen to what black people say though. And this particular situation that they're about to get into, this school used to be all black.
That led to the firing of a popular school leader and whistleblower.
Yeah, everybody liked this teacher.
The investigation hasn't been resolved, and now there are questions about how it started and whether that investigation has been abandoned after it was cited to fire a whistleblower on school safety. Here's Chris Vanderbeek.
The story of McAuliffe's de-escalation room dominated newscasts for weeks. 2 board members in particular held a series of press conferences to address.
I got banned from the program because I said I called old boy Buck broken. I got censored for that shit. Because at the time he was getting censored. Excuse me. He's getting censured for allegedly violating 64 little children. And he's the director of the school board. Allegedly, you know, there was a whole motherfucking thing about it, like for at least 2 summers. I mean, they were literally trying to lynch this brother. Yeah, children, like the school, one of the schools in particular used to be all black. Was now just littered. It was just a sea of salt, a sea of white people. You had white girls sitting on brother, you know, like white like little girl students sitting on top of you know, our younger brothers, or you know, younger black students holding up signs calling this man a pedophile and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it was just really ugly shit. And at the time he was getting censured, and his self-esteem went down. And you know, at the time, us being I'd say Jesse more so than anything, a pillar in the community, a voice in the community, at the time, you know, we had just happened to be in this particular setting and happened to sit in on the show. And don't ask me my thoughts, man. I was like, hey, I told him, I was like, man, get up and dust yourself off. You're not buck broken. I think it's just some crazy shit like that. And I was told, so dust yourself. Brandon, stop. It got censored, and that was it. He didn't want to talk to me after that. And ever since, I kind of not been welcome in the building.
To fire a whistleblower on school safety. Here's Chris Vanderbeek.
Such is life.
The story of McAuliffe's de-escalation room dominated newscasts for weeks. 2 board members in particular held a series of press conferences to address just how serious the allegation.
But these little seclusion rooms, Denver Public Schools has them all over, right? And they're part of they're not like, it's not like a new thing. They've been implemented. They're there. Okay. So while there's this big old strife about it now, it's a whole nother situation.
That's not a de-escalation room. That was a prison that I saw yesterday at McAuliffe International School.
A pair of investigations began.
This little extra duties, he's so extra. And from a motherfucker that's been to jail a lot of times, has been to jail a lot of times, some things would be a little concerning. I mean, I also know that jail
One
would come
from
with
school, the other from police. Yet 4 months into both,
Hi, Chris.
we found reason to doubt
Look, this is the most important part of the whole video, I think.
just how thorough this investigation has been.
Is now a good time?
This afternoon, I spoke to the mother of one of the 2 students who spent time in that room last school year.
My son actually appreciated having the room as an option for when he wasn't feeling his behavior was safe.
Ooh.
So he does not have a negative view of this room at all.
We're not using her name to protect her child's anonymity. She says to date, an investigation that seemed so urgent on day one has yet to lead to her.
No, I have not heard from both Denver Police or Denver Public Schools. I have not been questioned by anyone about our situation.
Ooh.
Is that strange to you?
Yes, it is very strange to me.
Right, because
the investigation
the board has been on the
likely
whole
August
mission.
2nd, the day Denver Public School Board members Aonte Anderson and Scott Esserman showed up at McAuliffe.
So we're always, I'll be talking shit because this motherfucker be. Hey, look again. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. So if you're on some old bullshit, and you start up, and don't act like you can't. You can't take it. You dish it, but you can't take it. Like, come on now, stop. Like, I don't know where these motherfuckers think like, who raised you? Stop it. You know what I mean? He's always saying some fucked up shit. He's always coming at us real ugly, and he's always doing it intentionally on somebody else's program. And then when confronted by the situation in person, because that's how we roll, don't got shit to say. In fact, we'll hide in the bag. If you don't believe me, I'll pull that beautiful beam footage.
Sources say with less of a
Just
request,
ask me, I'll do it.
more of a demand. Acting on an anonymous tip, they said they
So he's the director.
Needed to see room 121E. With them, a former campaign employee.
Right. So this motherfucker carrying a purse, right? But another melanated individual that's allegedly so black, all the time, and he's the political guru, whatever the fuck that means, right? I mean, I know what it means. Just I'll give you the eye roll on it, right? Carrying a purse, okay? Carrying a purse has the most vitriol to spew about anybody trying to do something, specifically for black people. Took a whole white woman to black church during Kwanzaa and pandered her to the black community. And she was on running for mayor, and she was tokenizing motherfuckers in our areas, and he was with it. And on the day that she didn't become the mayor, because there's only 2 at the end of it, she's having a whole motherfucking party with like 50 motherfucking Caucasians all on stage dancing and shit to fucking, music or whatever. And him and one other bedwitch, or mammy, excuse me. I called her a mammy. Another mammy, okay, holding signs, acting like they was really doing something. When the same white woman tokenized the mammy and didn't even pay her for it. And I'm the asshole. You know what I mean? I was the asshole. We're always wrong. We stay wrong, okay? Because, who are we to fucking argue that that's not right?
Employee for both, Hashim Coates. The visit appears to be.
Yeah, everybody like, oh, Hashim, like, this motherfucker is the motherfucking go-to for politics. But when it came down to it, and it came down to running for political office, or even, if you're so smart and you're so, you know so much, but you have the fucking audacity to be disrespectful when a motherfucker wants to reach out to you and even try to, especially when you're not working for anybody at the time, but try to get you to, help manage the campaign or whatever, and your first comment is you can't afford it, how the fuck you know what we could afford or what we couldn't afford? That was an assumption, you know what I mean? But, and it, because we don't agree with motherfucking black men wearing dresses and shit and, old fucking agendas. And we allegedly say bigoted shit that he didn't want to get down on that program to, assist in political, I don't know, conversations or whatever. Like, I was like, hey, well, can what's up with, everybody needs a campaign manager. It's like a known fact. Like, if you're so smart and you put winners there, who wouldn't want to go to somebody who states this and this is the alleged rape? Excuse me, my fault. This is the alleged rep that you have. Who wouldn't want you to be on their team? You know what I mean? But when you come with that old stupid fuck shit, of course not, right? And then after that, and you continuously be disrespectful, of course we're going to be disrespectful. It's a reactionary thing. It's like, again, don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Be a violation of the district's own policy, GP1-E. If an operational issue is raised by a community or staff member, board members will not undertake any independent investigation or research. The very next day, Director Anderson made public.
They're so mad. The media was like, can he please stop doing interviews? Because he was on a tirade to get that white man out of the school. And all the white man did, right? It's not like, they kept saying he was racist and he was this and that, right? But, excuse me, I didn't mean to say, but all that white man did was get on the news and tell the truth about what was going on in the public school system, where these motherfuckers sit on a board and make these rules. And they do all this fucking shit where the kids don't have no cooling during the summer, no heat in the winter, they can't get fed, all the schools are closing down. There's so much shit going on where schools are closing down. Now you're contributing to teachers with no jobs, and then now they're homeless because they can't support their family. And you're just contributing to all this fucking malice, right? And they have one of the biggest budgets in our city. It's like I think they're like the third biggest budget. Something like that. Don't quote me on it, but it's something like that. And so the media was like, man, can he please stop? Like, because all the man did was tell the truth and basically tell on them. And yeah, obviously say that, the rooms. This one made it into a whole thing. But if you just went off of this narrative, whatever he was saying, instead of actually, reading the emails that the parents receive or don't receive, because I got a sister from Louisiana, and she has a child that goes to school, and so the parents do receive certain emails and things like that they need to stay privy to, right? And so all this stuff, everything, plus when I wanted to run for it, a motherfucker like me studied everything the school board was about, all the rules, everything. It's not a lot, but it's
public
a little reading.
The results of his investigation and research.
Yesterday, along with Director Esselman, and we went and visited the McAuliffe campus and found room 121E.
At the time, the district was already investigating the school's principal, Kurt Dennis, after he did an interview with us discussing serious concerns he had about the district's safety policy. After news of the de-escalation room went public, the district fired Dennis. The night the board voted on the issue, Director Esselman seemed unapologetic about the possible violation of board policy.
I believe I happen to have a higher moral purpose that's more important than.
He said higher moral purpose, but I'm just going to keep it real. Doesn't that sound like some old Christian nationalism shit? Right? And he was so morally compelled to jump on this bandwagon with old the director, right? And they had no grace for this white man. No grace, no benefit of the doubt. They didn't want to hear shit he was saying. That man was over. He said he had one interview and that was a wrap. And then this motherfucker right here said, "Nope, you're fired." But it was the brother that I said it was buck broken at the time. And I pretty much stand on that. He was so hell bent on getting this man fired. I mean, serious personal reasons, but he didn't want to say it was personal.
Any particular self-imposed piece of policy governance. And that's to engage in ensuring that our children are safe.
We've received comments from both Anderson and S.
That dude's a treasurer. But I think he had a Republican come down from Washington and swear him in. And I was like, everybody's always talking about, not letting the white man have the money during public school, but here you go, giving the money to the white man.
Yeah. Director Anderson seems to be taking particular interest in the word investigation.
Of course he would, right? Because he's like, he did do a little investigation. When it was his turn, when old boy had been accused of the 64 fucking charges, that was a lot of motherfucking money that went to be investigated, right? That allegedly led to nothing, and he was innocent, allegedly, right? And I was like, yeah, damn, when do you have time? But he was like, oh, I need the community. I mean, he was fucking crying. He was like, really needed it. And where were me and Jesse just standing right there trying to, stand with the brother up until he ain't show his true colors. And then I was like, man, we just can't keep getting behind any black people in their stripes, because sometimes their shit be on some other bullshit.
He seems to be taking particular interest in the word investigation. He says him walking into McAuliffe to see the room for himself was not an investigation.
It's not like that's the only room. I mean, Denver Public Schools has them all over. And I think 14 schools, there's seclusion rooms, right? But the way they spun it, the way the director spun it to the people in the community was this was like a jail cell and it was racist. And the white man was doing racist shit. But as you could tell, it was a white woman who had her kid in there. And the kid felt like he needed that moment.
And he only related this matter to the community, quote, in the interest of transparency.
He's always saying that, but in history, that man has showed that him having the interest of transparency has only really fucked him for it. So now he's like, he's not going to allegedly. I don't know where the that election left off at, because it was a school board race, right? And there was a race here in my city in Aurora, and there was nothing tangible going on, so I didn't vote. Because that means I didn't watch anything, because they made it a point not to have any kind of debates for some reason. And on the school board, the only two people that were allowed to debate, it really weren't very interesting. And we had seen one run for mayor at the same time Jesse did, and he wasn't an interesting individual. However, I don't know where it went, because I was on vacation.
Says he felt it was important to see the room with his own eyes. Kyle?
And Chris, another side benefit, you might call it, of this investigation remaining open for 4 months is that the district then doesn't have to share certain information with the public.
Yeah, there's a
See? They don't have to tell the truth.
Transparency issue at play here, because as long as the investigation is ongoing, and it's now been ongoing for a number of months, all of our open records requests are denied because there is an open investigation. That's certainly a benefit for the district.
Chris, thank you.
That way they can continue to hide their fucking...
A school in Parker just fired a teacher for showing news coverage of school shootings to second graders because they talked during a lockdown drill. Ooh. Parker Core Knowledge Charter School says it was completely unacceptable. The school's director told us it happened yesterday after a lockdown drill on campus. The school says a Spanish teacher was upset a second grade class wasn't quiet enough, so she showed them news clips from the mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, and the Covenant School in Nashville. The teacher went on administrative leave yesterday. The school fired her today. They brought in mental health counselors today and reached out to all the families of the kids in that class.
You can look at that in one or two ways.
I am Alex Dono from Locked On Canes.
But you can look at that in one or two ways. And you kind of play devil's advocate with that. Did she deserve to be fired? or nah? You know what I mean? Showing something like that or nah? I mean, it was already all over the news anyway. Just saying, everybody's seen it, including children. All right, let's get over here. This could be good. All right. Get right here. Okay. Share the screen. Share the screen. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see.
Gonzalez Gutierrez. Often
41, 2315 42, 2315 43, 2315 44, 2315 45, 2315 46, 2315 47, 2315 48, 2315 49, 2315 50, 2315 51, 2315 52.
Let's go past it.
I'll refrain. But I just want to thank our veterans, and I wish.
Appreciate you, and I just really.
For Flynn's point, we helped change the world stage and the world map in
13 ayes. Proclamation 1772 has been adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being here.
Households of Denver families at this annual Thanksgiving distribution. And person that made
Now have a large Black community.
Oh my God.
To find my footing, my passion. There's still more to do.
Councilman Watson, please call up who you'd like to accept your second proclamation.
And I'll ask for the veterans, please.
People we serve are people who are working, who are either underemployed, okay, or making it from paycheck to paycheck. So because a lot of times we have in this notion.
One of which is the manager of Dottie or his debt.
We're going to all have a little electric car, solves the first mile, solves the last mile, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So waste as many billions of dollars as you want to redo the roads so we can all redo them again in 10 years from now.
Seeing none, Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 23.
It is in Council District 10 and Councilmember Hines District. Growth is expected. And
staff noted for what must feel like 1,000 times the desk. Yeah.
At the roach there. I don't know any.
I scrolled past that because Jesse was doing an 80.
When we all stood together.
All right, here we go. These are the mayor, right?
Madam President.
Okay.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
13 ayes.
13 ayes. Council Bill 23-1364 has passed. Thank you very much. Onto our courtesy public hearing. Councilwoman Lewis, will you please put Council Resolution 23-1776 on the floor for adoption?
I move that Council Resolution 23-1776 be adopted.
Thank you, and that's been
Right here,
moved
family.
and
So they're going to have to give
the 30-minute courtesy public
houses
hearing.
are
Council Resolution
that work.
23-1776 is open.
Now he was
And we
for
do
the
have,
previous
Cole
administration.
Chandler, Senior Advisor for Homelessness Resolution, with us to provide a quick overview.
Okay. Right here, family.
Good evening, council members. I'm
Gonna try to
Chandler,
pull white
Gonzalez,
privilege.
Senior Advisor on Homelessness Resolution. So we have brought these emergency requests forward to you multiple times over the last several months. And as I was thinking tonight, I was thinking back to July 18th, downstairs in the bottom of the foyer when we all stood together and the mayor announced this emergency declaration at the outset. That day, we didn't know exactly what was in store ahead of us, but the mayor set a bold goal to bring 1,000 people indoors by the end of this year. And we came before you month after month. We came to you in council briefings and
Well,
conversations.
the thing is,
and
he used
talk
to run a
about
tiny
what
home
would the plan
village
be, what would it
that
look
one of
like
our brothers
over the course of the next
was a
couple
resident
months.
at.
So we laid out a
And there was
plan
a lot of
to deploy
racism
an encampment
and
resolution
danger
program
for
and
black
to
people there.
bring forward hotels in the pipeline and to scale micro community models and to leverage existing housing resources, all towards the goal to bring 1,000 people indoors, all because we felt like we didn't have to live in a city where 1,500 people lived on the streets every night. And we all agree with that, and we've all worked in various ways towards the goal to bring people indoors. I'm here tonight because we've made progress towards this goal, and I want to report on a bit of that progress, some of what we're proud of. We're proud that over the last several months, we have already pieced together about 800 units into the pipeline that we're going to be bringing online. We're proud that through partnership from the state, we've been able to galvanize about $27 million in
That's what he's saying, but
because of
the reality is that's
because of the work of the Department of Housing Stability, we've been able to bring that into the city of Denver to deploy towards these efforts. And we're proud that as of today, 225 people have come indoors off the streets and out of encampments through these efforts. Prior to our administration moving into office on July 17th, the city of Denver had never before closed an encampment through housing options, hotel options, sheltering options, micro community options. We had never done that. For years, advocates, I was an advocate once before I was in this role, advocates were on the streets saying, why are we moving people along? Where do we have people to move along to? We were never able to link an encampment closure to back-end housing resources. We've done that twice now. We'll do it for the third time this week. End of last week, I was in LA. And LA, Mayor Karen Bass, on her first day in office, much like Mayor Mike Johnston, declared a state of emergency on homelessness. She's wrapping up her first year in office right now. Last week, they completed their 30th encampment resolution and successfully moved their 2,000th person indoors. That's incredible progress, but they're doing that in a city where there's 30,000 people that are unsheltered.
Father, we got about that much with the migrants now.
1,000 people indoors by the end of the first 6 months in a city where there's only 1,500 people sleeping on the streets. We don't have to live in a city where
that's 15 of our actual people.
And we brought forward a plan to reduce that dramatically. I'm so grateful to all of you for the support, and I know there's been hard conversations along the way, but I want you to know that we're committed to continuing to have those conversations with you. We're committed to continuing to work towards solutions, and ultimately we're committed to continuing to deliver a better Denver for our unhoused residents and our housed residents alike. And so I thank you for the ways that you've supported this progress to date. We anticipate that this is our last request for this emergency declaration.
It would have to be
we do not
because
anticipate
they want to go till January.
December 1st, and so we ask that you join with us tonight and provide your support for this so that over the next 7 weeks, there's 49 days left in this year, that over the next 7 weeks, we can work together arm in arm to bring another 775 people indoors. So thank you.
Yeah, we have 13 individuals signed up to speak this evening, and we will start online with Jill Osa.
Probably had to say something, you know.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jill Osa, and I own a single-family home that shares a property line with the now-removed micro-community site on Yale Avenue. I humbly ask you to vote no on the emergency declaration this evening. The emergency declaration against homelessness in Denver has raised concerns and sparked debate about its effectiveness and the impact it has on homeless populations and the community at large. While addressing homelessness is a critical issue, there are valid arguments for ending the emergency declaration and focusing on more sustainable and comprehensive solutions. The current approach is counterproductive because we are moving too fast. The micro communities are being put anywhere that's available, regardless of if they met the mayor's own criteria. The Yale and Birch sites did not meet the criteria listed in the mayor's letter to private landowners. At no point has the mayor's office shared their criteria for publicly owned land and has intended to proceed under the guise of legal confidentiality between brokered deals. The criteria for publicly held land should not be any different than privately held land. The Santa Fe site also has adjacent single-family homes, which
Basically saying the mayor and everybody should do whatever they want to try to clean this mess
The
up
emergency
without
declaration
really
lacks
doing the due
long-term
diligence.
solutions. At this point, the mayor is struggling to find land to put micro-communities on. What happens in 4 years when the micro-communities are required to move? Do we forfeit the money spent on micro-communities and move on to a different solution? Or do we actually spend time investing in permanent long-term housing solutions to make a real impact? Due to the emergency declaration, the zoning and permitting standards are able to be suspended, therefore not taking into account the impact the microcommunities have on adjacent properties. There has been a lack of transparency in the implementation of the House 1000 initiative. We have had countless denied and incomplete core requests, or been told our core requests would cost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. We urge this body to ask for transparency within the mayor's office and share the selection process, criteria, and vetting process.
Ultimately, the taxpayers.
If this
right?
body is planning to vote yes tonight, I urge you to reconsider. Allow the residential areas to have a voice and let their voices be heard. And let's together invest in longer-term solutions.
Which is
Thank
what
you.
we would say for the last
Thank
fucking
you. Also joining via
couple
Zoom
years.
is our next speaker, John Ramirez.
Thank you, Council. So too much money, I believe, is being used to fund an ever-growing problem in our community, which has been drug addiction. Housing is great in theory, but unless heavily monitored, will fail. I'm against extending the emergency order. Last year, or when Hancock was in, when Hancock was mayor, $8 million was spent on homelessness per year for when he was in 12 years, and now we're spending nearly $500 million, and things have gotten significantly worse. I'm just not interested in extending the emergency order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to Chambers for Tamara and Bethel. Are they on Zoom? No. Okay. Back to Zoom for Jesse Paris.
Yes, good evening, members of council, those watching at home, those in the council chambers. My name is Jesse LaShawn Paris, and I represent for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the Northeast Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced,
We're all boards we sit on,
Revolutionary
too,
Agenda,
you know.
and I reside in
Sorry for
District 8,
the 3 platforms.
Chantel Lewis's district of District 8 at the Roach, Bedbug, and Mice-Infested Fusion Studios that is owned by CCH.
It's a service provider.
As far as this declaration, it sounds good on paper. It really did sound good on paper. Having ran against Mike Johnson and like 20 other people that were put up against me in the mayor's race, I literally had a plan to house people. That plan was stolen and co-opted by several candidates, including Mike Johnson. So basically, their whole plan was stolen from me. So while they're having a hard time implementing it, those watching at home and those in the council chambers, because it's a stolen idea, it's a stolen plan, just like unhoused neighbors was a stolen term and terminology, same thing applies with this plan. So there was really no plan to begin with the Johnson administration. They just were saying whatever they thought would get them elected, and it worked. Y'all got bamboozled and hoodwinked. I don't want to hear any voter remorse because this is what y'all chose.
Right.
So, with that being said, if Johnson wants to actually get on a good footing with this, he would hire me and my lady Brandy Majors to head host whatever housing departments instead of putting Cole Chandler in charge. Cole Chandler has no idea what he's talking about. Coach Chandler is literally a gentrifying yuppie who came from parts unknown and then tried to infiltrate the unhoused advocate community of which I belong to. As you can see, my shirt says Rights, Dignity, and Housing. I'm one of the founding members of Denver Homeless Out Loud, now House Peace Action Network. So I've been doing this for a decade. So when he came in, he didn't know what was going on. He tried to co-opt what we had going on. And just like the city co-opted the tiny home villages and the safe outdoor camps, the same thing applies with this plan. and this is why it's not being implemented, and he's not going to be able to get it done by the end of the year because it's not his plan. So I would ask you to vote no on this, because remember in 2019, y'all said that we can do better, and Initiative 300 wasn't the answer. Ain't none of y'all talking about repealing the urban camper ban. Ain't none of y'all talking about providing more permanent supportive housing in the city. Ain't none of y'all talking about housing our actual citizens here. So yeah, until y'all get y'all priorities straight, vote no on this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brandy Majors.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, that's me. I was having technical difficulties. At that moment. Like literally, my shit. I was in the front room. On the
Okay,
tablet.
while we're waiting for Brandy, let's go to Chris Stifler.
Don't worry, I come back.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Chris Stifler. I live in the Overland neighborhood in Denver. I just want to point out that there are several. I want to point out.
My thing is, I didn't even know where this neighborhood is, but they do not want this
where I
money.
feel like I've been slapped in the face as an Overland resident. I chose Overland because I didn't want to deal with the crime and homelessness problem downtown, so I chose to commute from the Overland neighborhood, and now you're exporting all that down into our neighborhood. I personally tried to do an extension on my house, and I'm next to the Platte River in a floodplain, and it's been impossible to try to do the zoning improvements on my home as a person that I've stalled. That took months and months to try to do, and now you're doing the emergency declaration and ramming through this zoning thing in our neighborhood. I don't think that's fair. I think that's a slap in the face. I think it's personally a slap in the face to say you can't put these sites next to schools and then put them in neighborhoods like ours, conspicuously saying that's unsafe to be next to a school, but then putting it in our neighborhood.
This is one of those not in my backyard types.
Fee us higher with
Yeah,
higher
just like a
sidewalk fees,
gentrifier.
with higher trash fees, higher property taxes, and then put that in our neighborhood that's going to depreciate our home values and make our neighborhood unsafe. And the biggest slap in the face, I think, is the nixed sites that were nixed recently. If you look at the site near University Hills on Yale or the site on Bannock, both, if you look at the median household income of those neighborhoods, it's twice as high as Overland. Median household income in Overland is $66,000. Median household income in the nixed site over at University Hills is $134,000. So you're nixing sites in wealthy areas to put more people in our lower income Overland neighborhood.
Which
if you look at the racial equity
always what we're
component
talking about with
of our neighborhood, we're 42% Latino Hispanic neighborhood, whereas the nixed sites on Bannock and the nixed site on Yale near University Hills are 21% Latino and Hispanic. So I think this is a huge problem from a racial equity component.
I was just rolling my eyes.
For letting me speak at your meeting tonight.
they had a camera. I was rolling my eyes.
To Brandy Majors.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, Council. Thank you for having me, Brandy Marie Majors. I just got like 5 little quick points. All right. For 8 years, y'all couldn't house 1,500 people. Now you got 1,500 people plus 20-something thousand homeless migrants on top of that. Okay? So
Nobody wanted to bring that part up.
This 1,000 was real ambitious, but he didn't have a plan. We know that for a fact. He didn't have a plan. You can't have a plan without the people that created the plan to house all these people with realistic, tangible options, right? That were actually viable. You can't have that. You can't just be throwing out plans and thinking it's going to work and putting all kinds of micro communities overpopulating other areas that obviously don't want these people there. It's a real serious situation.
Right.
Plus, you got half of the old administration still on this new administration, i.e., example, Cole Chandler, right? All these programs that you're still funding, they're no good. Then none of them have been good. CCH, I've been saying that shit needed to be. That needed to be scrapped. I apologize. I mean, guys. Well, I'm glad that he finally seen he's come to the realization that, he's not going to reach his 1,000 goal. We've been saying that. I want to address the narrative of addiction and mental health. Okay, it's propaganda to being unhoused. Poverty and loss causes homelessness. Mental health collapse is due to shaming and criminalization for lack of resources and lack thereof. Okay, and addiction comes from It comes from those things from trying to keep yourself awake and safe all night long and having to keep moving around because you can't fall asleep anywhere. You can't cover yourself with a blanket or a tarp. So you constantly have to be moving around, shifting from place to place to place. And we all know that. I can speak from experience because I've lived through the most of that can't be banned, through the still it can't be banned, on the streets of 5 Points in the east side. Okay? On the streets. It's documented. So I can speak to why this happens. So you keep addressing mental health and addiction. It's just propaganda for the fact that you can't, address the real serious root causes that you caused the people to be homeless. You defrauded the people. You cheated the people, and that's why they're homeless. Right. And now you can't give an adequate living, workable wage to them. And now you want to blame them and criminalize them and keep shuffling them around. And that's terrible. So shame on you. I also want to say one last tiny little thing. The Capitol building to putting up posts to protect protesters. That's a lie. You just don't want to face the people, and you don't want the people in your face when you're messing with them, and when you keep doing wrong to them like benign neglect. That's why you want to put these posts up. It's not for the safety of the people.
Thank you,
It's so that
Brandy.
you don't have to see them.
Thank you,
Thank
Brandy.
you.
That's your time. Our
I
next
just got out the
speaker
hospital,
signed up is
Sally.
Helen Orr. While we're getting you moved into the panel,
I
we're
had
going to go to
got out
Rebecca Greek.
I just got out the hospital and I was like super swollen.
Hopefully you all can hear me
I
okay.
think it was Saturday night.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Rebecca.
Wait, I'm scrolling past because
Again, I'm letting you guys know that
I was kind
wouldn't
of like
live in
arguing
one of
with
these.
this
If
brother.
I was homeless and I was depressed, my mental grandparents.
When I was scroll to
And these
what
issues
In that part of town for us right now. We're really focused on other parts of town for this effort as it moves forward. Those have been in the works for
23. Councilwoman Ovidres?
I don't have any questions at this time. Is this our only chance to speak?
No, we'll do comment
Okay,
after.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Gilmore?
Thank you, Council President.
This is where it
I have a
starts.
question for you.
That was weak. Go get your motherfucking stupid ass.
Hi, thank you. The last time that we were here talking about the emergency declaration, I had specifically asked a repeat of the question that I had asked on October 3rd to have a more detailed breakdown of the 4 high-level multiple millions of dollars that you were looking to allocate. Have you sent that breakdown over to council?
For the question, I'm Cole Chandler, Mayor's Senior Advisor on Homelessness Resolution. I appreciate the question. I know that you and I have been talking about that. We discussed it a few weeks back with the mayor. At the time, I shared that it was something that we were working towards, and that the reality was that it just wasn't quite ready yet because the various contracts being applied to it. I want to say that we're really close. I've been working really close with the Department of Finance on getting something that we can bring forward. And I
This is like the universal answer, which is no.
want to bring that forward to you. I don't have it yet and haven't shared it with you yet.
Okay, that's disappointing because we've talked about it numerous times. And my second question is around the concentration of services and people experiencing homelessness in near northeast and far northeast in the city, which are communities of color as well. What is the rationale around purchasing the hotels, and are you actively looking at other hotels throughout the city currently?
So great question. We are actively looking at hotels all across the city. We're actively looking
The way he answered it was like he was right
pieces of
there.
land all across the city, some of which we haven't yet brought forward because we're not able to discuss those yet. But we're looking at sites all across the city. In terms of the hotel acquisitions that have taken place or are underway in Council District 8 in particular, many of those have been in the works for a very long time. You know that the former stay-in property at 12033 East 38th Avenue, I believe I saw the first Bright article on that in June of 2021, right? So that's been in the works for a long time. We helped close the acquisition on that when we came into office. The Best Western property also was in the acquisition process. And then when we stepped in, we were able to help move forward the DoubleTree acquisition as well at 4040 Quebec. And so there is a concentration in that part of town. I think we've been really clear about that. We've worked very closely with Councilmember Lewis on that. We've engaged that community deeply, and we're not done there. We know that there's ongoing conversations around good neighbor agreements and community benefits, and we're very committed to continuing to move those conversations forward. We are not actively looking at new hotels within that area that are not currently being utilized in this kind of way. And so that is that's what the portfolio looks like in that part of town for us right now. We're really focused on other parts of town for this effort as it moves forward.
Yeah, I got spread out.
What you didn't mention, and when you say that the entire community has been reached out to, that's not accurate. I live in a Marcellus community, and you're looking at the comfort of I-70 in Peoria. And I know we were able to move that meeting so that it had the proper 21-day notice for folks, but I have not been alerted to that. My community has not had the conversation, and 21 days is very, very quick, especially when we're making major issues or major changes to communities of color, where we have worked sometimes decades to build up the economic stability in our neighborhoods. Have you done economic studies throughout the city to evaluate when you consolidate poverty in a geographic area, what the historical effects of that are?
Respond to a couple aspects of that, because there were a lot of sites that are already in Council District 8 that I did not mention. You're right, I did not mention the Comfort Inn. That has been a functioning shelter serving homeless families long before we came in office. I'm not exactly sure when that was created. What it has not been is a conforming use, because the prior administration never asked for the use to be changed to conform to a homeless shelter use. We are now updating that precisely because we are doing our best to follow the code to a T, even as we move these things forward. And so that's a project that already exists in that way. There are many other projects that Councilmember Lewis knows very well in Council District 8 that are already serving people experiencing homelessness. So that's specifically why I didn't address that. We have not done an economic study of the impact of this. I will say that it's very clear that Council District 8 is taking the majority of these units, more so than any other area. No other area is even close to that. And so we are grateful to the council members' leadership, and I echo the comment from earlier that we want to see these spread all across the city. And we are committed to continuing to look for that. But today we have not yet been able to do that.
So if that's your true intent, that you're continuing to look at spreading this across the city, why are you committing then to having this be the last emergency declaration, if that's really a priority of the administration?
Our goal was from the very beginning to bring 1,000 people indoors, and we have a path to do that by the end of this year. And so we are committed to seeing this through, and we are going to be able to do the work that we need to do with you all to try to move contracts forward and get the sites acquired. And then it'll be a race to the finish line at the end of the year to try to move people into those as we get them online. And so we feel like the bulk of the work will be complete by the end of this year. I also, my statement was that I don't at this time anticipate asking for an extension. We never know what could happen. There could be thousands more migrants that arrive. Winter could set in a very serious way. Things could change, but our anticipation is not that we would ask for another extension at this point.
So the calculations, looking at the hotel sites along Quebec, both of the ones along Peoria, that string of them, that calculates out to 681 units that the city is acquiring. And I just have to say, it looks like, when you look at the facts, that the city acquired this on the backs of black and brown people, and that you are not being authentic in the work if you're saying you're no longer going to continue the emergency declaration, because I guarantee you those more affluent neighborhoods will be able to mobilize, and they will be able to stop it in their neighborhoods. And it's disappointing that you calculated who you had yes votes on this council and who you thought were going to be no's, because if you actually would have gotten me the information that I had asked of you on October 3rd and authentically wanted to work together and do this work, you quite well could have my vote tonight. But because you threw that vote away, and it's not going to matter tonight because it most likely will pass, but you are going to need my vote at another time. And it's disappointing so early in this administration that you're treating your fellow electeds in that way. And you are not an elected, but your boss is, and it's very disappointing. I'm going to be a no vote on this because I stand for transparency and accountability.
Now she does. Now she
and
does.
you have thrown
Of
that
course she didn't.
aside to move forward so quickly in communities of color. And I am a no vote. Thank you, Council President. I don't have any more questions.
I felt like she got some
I'd just
spoiler
like to
that
say
age. She
that
was
I'm
like,
completely
she was on
committed
it.
to continuing to work with you. You and I have continued to have conversations in our briefings. We've had conversations.
And all of a sudden,
I'm going to
she
keep
was just-
working on that budget, and I'm going to
She's
keep
on it.
working on all the
Well,
items.
don't bother on the budget.
That's fine, but
we're
I-
coming to the end here. You've played your play.
She's
There's no
done
more
with it.
questions. Council President, I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
And I'll keep working in good faith.
Thank you. Councilman Watson?
Cole,
That
so
shit was the shit.
my
right there.
question to you is
I'm done with these
specific
questions.
to
Dude, she never acted
the,
like that. But it's not like it was.
whether there's a no
brought his
vote
relationship slide for
on
like
extending the emergency
8 years.
order. Explain what that direct impact has on the process of the administration.
It's like the first time she actually stood on something, you know? So it really wasn't like a rip.
Thank you, Councilman.
But it was kind of funny.
Mayor, Senior Advisor on Homelessness Resolution. So what the emergency declaration does is it primarily helps us galvanize city agencies, city support, city priorities around this effort. And so you all know that we stood up the Emergency Operations Center as a part of this effort. We've been able to work with key staff from all across the city focused on this priority. We've been able to mobilize dollars. We've been able to mobilize people all around this. And there are specific requests that we're making. Just tomorrow, I'm going before the State Housing Board on a request for another $3.1 million. Their recommendation, Department of Local Affairs recommendation to the State Housing Board is tied to the emergency declaration that Mayor Mike Johnson issued on July 18th. And so that is one specific example of an ability to galvanize resources. We also have the ability to look at our contracting process and our code process and make changes if needed as timelines shorten towards the end of the year. We have not attempted to cut corners throughout this process we've attempted to follow the code, and they've even gone beyond in many cases. But it does provide some flexibility in that way as well. And so I think fundamentally what you do by saying that you support this is you tell Denver residents that this issue is a top priority to you all, that it's a top priority to the city, and that even though we may not agree on every piece of the solutions that we're bringing forward, that we're committed to working hard to get this right as we move it forward together. And so I ask for your yes vote so that we can keep those resources coming in, we can keep people galvanized across the city, that you can lend support to the city workers, the frontline workers, the outreach workers that are going to be doing this work over the next 6 weeks, and we can send that clear message to Denver's constituents as well.
And I'll just say, as a quick comment, and I know we'll have comment coming up again. I hear Councilwoman Gilmore's statements to you. I see the concentration of services in District 8.
I was like,
Those
man.
are of concern and should be of the administration. And so their concerns are duly noted.
I was like, why do you
Okay,
even
next,
speak if you just
Councilwoman
go
Gilmore, you're
clean
back
up?
up.
Thank you, Council President. I have a quick question because I think it's important that we clarify this for the record. So when the mayor declared the emergency declaration on the 18th, it was told to us that it was in order to apply for grants. I have never been provided any information, nor have I seen legally, and Anshul, I don't know if you can weigh in on this, but is there a legal or charter requirement that the city has an active emergency declaration in place in order for us to apply for grant funding?
Thanks, Councilwoman Gilmore. On Shabaga Legislative Council. There's not a requirement in our code or our charter that an emergency declaration be declared in order to qualify for funding. It's possible that an emergency declaration either provides rhetorical support for funding or is tied to another requirement in, say, a state or federal grant that requires an emergency declaration. But that would depend on the grant and also on the amount of rhetorical support. So it's possible that Cole is referencing some form of rhetorical support or a particular requirement for that stream of funding.
Okay, thank you, Anshul. Cole, I have
Where's that grant?
If you could provide to council what either the rhetorical or the required grant language was in the grants that the administration has applied for since July 18th to this point. I'd like to actually see the language in that
I was just
grant
back instigating other thing. Like right now. Pull it up right now.
Emergency declaration
Rare
in place,
shit.
because I don't believe that that is true.
It's
I've applied for a lot of federal dollars. I'm
I
asking
feel
for
like at
that
this point
language.
she's
I
telling
don't know
the
what you're going to respond with, because I want to see the language in writing sent to us via email. If you don't do that, that means that that was maybe not the case. And so I would like to officially on the record request that specific grant language, and you can screenshot it or send it over.
Should I
But
do
I'd
it
like
now?
for us and the community to be able to go back and point back to that saying, yes, that's exactly why we needed that emergency declaration to apply for those grant funds. I'd like to see that. Thank you, Council President.
You're filing the state of emergency was him to
We never
try
said
to save
that,
things.
that it was a requirement of any grant that we submitted for. Certainly, grants that we've submitted
We're
for
trying
have been
wheels out.
supported because of the emergency declaration.
I've been told directly by the administration, I'm not going to say names here on the floor, but that the emergency declaration needed to be in place because you all were trying to apply for federal funds and you needed it. There's a difference between if you need it because it's a criteria of the grant application and you must have that fully stated, or that you wanted to show support. Those are two very different things, because this emergency declaration allows the zoning administrator to make huge accommodations for the administration to accomplish this work without hearing from residents. And all people want to do is to be heard and share their issues and their concerns for their neighborhood. And I feel like we're really not getting to that place for our neighborhood. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thanks, Cole. Councilwoman Gonzalez Gutierrez online.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a quick question before I ask any questions. Is that we will have opportunity for comment before the vote at the time? Okay, thank you. I guess I just want to lift up the question that I know I've asked in briefings that I've had, and I think that's a lot of what is being discussed tonight, but I want to also lift it up as something I am equally interested in is, you know, where are the efforts in locating sites in other parts of the city? I know that there are some areas that have not, at least that to my knowledge, we haven't seen anything showing that there's been anything being considered in certain parts of the city. And we continue to oversaturate certain parts, you know, hearing, you know, what's happening in District 7 and District 8, namely, and, you know, this is just very difficult because I want to continue to support these efforts, but I also want to make sure that those messages are being heard loud and clear and they're being responded to. So I would also like more information about how that is happening. I have expressed interest in that a few times, but I don't know that I've received actual follow-up. It's just been, yes, we're still looking. Yes, we're trying. But this is something that, you know, we've talked about over and over again, that the entire city, we all need to lift this up together, but it's not appearing that way. So anything, any information would be really helpful to have.
Thank you for that. That some of that information is confidential, but I will be sure to share some of it with you in our weekly briefing this coming week.
Thank you, Cole. Seeing no one else in queue, public hearing is closed. Comments by members of council on resolution 1776. Councilwoman Alvidrez.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I just feel completely played. I remember back, now that you brought up that when we all got together and we had this emergency order, and I was here making these decisions, and I was told this is what we need in order to activate the emergency operations center. We need to activate the emergency operations center. And come to find out now that that is not the case. The emergency activation center has been activated for the Denver Nuggets before we were in office, and also it is now active for the migrants without us having to vote on anything. So I feel very confused about what this was needed for, and I'm not going to, I didn't ask because I've been clearly told one thing and then another, even though there's this claim that there is so much transparency and that things are being honest, but it really doesn't feel that way, and I literally can tell that it is not that way. But I want to thank everyone that took time to testify and take time out of your days to come down here and kind of see how things go and see what we hear and what we go through on a regular basis. I think that we had such an outpouring from District 7, not because they're not welcoming, but just because they're seeing other sites get canceled. Another site got canceled, another site got canceled, another site got canceled, and it feels like a slap in the face to this community. And I think that when you say, oh, well, now we're going to have a hotel in this district or a hotel in that other district, it really makes me think about the long-term impacts of this, that the tiny home community, or they're not tiny homes, right? They're tiny sheds. Communities are going to have on these people and on these areas. I want to see that they are going to be successful, but when I see the wraparound services include one mental health professional for 7 sites, it just doesn't feel like the authentic, true care is like the well-being of these people and their success. So I just feel incredibly misled when it comes to this emergency order. And back to the concerns, I was told I would get a environmental study, which I did, and it was dated after groundbreaking. So we break ground and then we finish the environmental study, which is just an example of bad choices, as well as there's plenty of things I could go into, but I do commend the administration for admitting that mistakes were made and that they're not going to make their House 1,000 goal. That's respectable, and I feel much of the progress we have made could have already been in the works. As you mentioned, a lot of the sites in District 8 were already in the works. And when I look at the results, a lot of the results have come from reunification and leased units. So maybe that is the way that we need to go. But I think the most important thing is that people are able to get the wraparound services that they need. And I don't see that in this plan. And I don't see how the emergency order is necessary at this point, because we can operate the EOC without it. I think what it has done is elevated angry, wealthier voices that get listened to. And that is not right.
Sure indeed.
I'm proud of District 7 because we are doing the work and we do have some really great programs, whether it's Urban Peak that's under construction, the Second Chance Center, which we're trying to move forward with. These are services that are much needed, that we're proud to have, and that do lead to really great outcomes. I'm still hopeful that we can work together on making this successful. I do think it's wrong to put so more
we should just Bob
tiny sheds into a neighborhood with less houses than tiny sheds. So that I'm very concerned about, and the wraparound services that are going to be provided. So because of that, I will be a no vote, but I hope to work to the success of my district and the communities, whether they're tiny home or whatever communities that are in my district.
We got like 20 more minutes, family.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sawyer.
Wait, 20 more minutes.
Thanks, Madam President. I have always been a no vote on this. For the first time, I was considering changing my vote. But after I hear from the residents, thank you all for coming out to testify today. My concerns have just come back and probably 10 times stronger than they even were July 18th or 21st, whatever date was the first vote, that I was the only no vote on this council. Because I could see where this was going. And I sit here and I say that to you as a council member who does not have a tiny home village or a micro community in my district. You know, hopefully we will. There are some logistical things that are confidential that are going on behind the scenes. I hope we do. I want to support you. I want to house 1,000 people. I want to house more than 1,000 people. I want to house everybody. Do I think we need an emergency declaration to do it? No. Do I think that the emergency declaration has meant that we have moved way too fast and cut corners? And tonight we are seeing the consequences of some of those choices? 100%. So I'm still a no. But I want to say thank you again for all of your work, because we are making a difference. You know, we can disagree on this emergency order and still agree that we are making a difference, that we have a path to housing 800 people by the end of the year, and then more to come. And that's extraordinary and that's important. And I want to say thank you, Cole, and to your team and recognize that as well. But all of that said, I'm still a no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
This bitch is going so extra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just
like
want to
this
be
lady.
clear about a few things this evening, because I think it's really important for us to all operate in our integrity in this moment. Council District 8 has 58 pallet shelters that will be coming online, 130 for the long term. We aren't including the Comfort Inn. We have 195 at Best Western. At 4040 Quebec, we're looking at 30 units. That's 552 for 2023. And so when we talk about dispersing this, there is no one who is more interested in welcoming the council members who do not have micro communities or units within their districts at this time, advocating for each of you to do exactly that. Since day one on this council, I have shared my concerns that a lot of these plans were in effect prior to me even coming into office. And what I have done with that information is figure it out, turn quite literally lemons into lemonade, working with the mayor and his administration, working with members of this body to figure out how we get folks housed. Has the process been perfect? Absolutely not. Has it upset me? Absolutely so. And many times, many missteps have occurred. And I am still committed to making sure that we get folks housed. And so the alternative to getting folks housed is what? What is it that we're supposed to do if we stop these plans? That we ask folks who are literally at risk of losing their limbs or their lives to just stay out while we think about it and while we sit comfortably in our homes. That is absolutely unacceptable. Am I frustrated that we are concentrated poverty in District 8? Absolutely so. Are my constituents frustrated that we are concentrated poverty in District 8? Absolutely so. And the antidote to that, the answer to that is not to tell me not to lead. It's to ask the other members of this body on council to lead, to identify those sites. I've heard members, Councilman Watson, Councilwoman Stacey Gilmore, say that they don't have sites quite yet in their district. Let's get some sites, y'all. That's literally the answer. And so here's my concern, Cole, and I'll just say this on record. My concern is that we do not have this emergency order in place, and we are not operating from a geographical lens. And what I mean by that is that if I have multiple sites in my district, it's 552, in my very humble opinion, those should be granted to the individuals who live near those sites who are currently in unsheltered house and that are currently unsheltered. And that's not the case. Those communities have not been prioritized, not a single one. My concern is that paired with the lack of an emergency order makes me worry if the other members of this body are actually going to do the work to identify those sites in their district, or if we're just going to say, hey, let's continue to press pause and then we'll figure it out.
Like
There is no one on this body who has called for more transparency and accountability from day one. Not a single person. I have asked about transparency in our contracts, about accountability in our contracts. I ask that question every single time a contract comes before us, specifically a contract that addresses unsheltered homelessness, that addresses the Salvation Army, that addresses the Coalition for the Homeless, because I have to hear every single time I come into these chambers, Jesse Paris say, I live in District 8 in the roach infested, bed bug infested, rat infested prison studios in District 8. And
That's the only way we're gonna get attention.
Every time I hear
It's
them say that,
true.
because I do not believe he should be living in those conditions. And the reason that he does is because we don't have the oversight that we
Because y'all
need
failed.
on this body to be able to hold those individuals accountable. And I'm asking for that, and I've been pushing for that. And so when
That was the
when we
only way.
talk about,
That was the only
when we
way
talk
that you was
about
gonna
equity,
get.
when we talk
gonna
about
get it
Black and
done.
brown folks, no
Told
one
the truth.
on this council
And
has
everybody
pushed harder
loved
for me as it pertains to how as it pertains to Housing 1000, to make sure that we do so in a way that builds equity, that comes from a lens of centering the person, the individual, and that we're not prioritizing visibility, but we are prioritizing vulnerability. And so thank you all for your concern about the concentration of poverty in District 8. And my invitation to each of you is to make sure that you all also have sites that you have identified within your council district, so that District 8 is not carrying the burden, because my community is very upset, and where that anger comes to is directly to me. I've already had folks tell me they're getting ready to vote me out of office, that they're going to recall me.
I tell Sister we're gonna let that happen.
Because I am pushing to get members in our community housed.
We're gonna
So
let
this
that happen.
rhetoric that we're talking about with
Peter.
mental health, where we're talking about drug addicts, we're talking about violent criminals, that couldn't be further from the truth. And it lets me know that folks are actually not visiting these encampments to get a chance to see the human that is staying in there. These are elders in our community.
Like,
We
you
have
know,
an 80-year-old
Jesse
in one of
out
our
there,
encampments.
and
I want her off the
wearing
street so bad, I
precarious
want her to live
section.
with me at this point. So lead, everyone on this body. Lead, not in words, in action.
In action,
Thank you.
exactly. That part.
Councilwoman
But in
Sandra.
action.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
But then everybody starts kissing their ass.
Don't have a shelter in my community right now, and I don't have a tiny home community, but I did when COVID has taken place, and I even changed the zoning to allow it. That's how supportive I am of this, committed to this work.
Well, she's only out for her section of town.
Drive around my community and submit sites to
This is
the
like
mayor's
chat right
office
now.
so that we can have one in Council District 1. I've submitted one off of 38th and Irving. I've looked on one of I-70 and Federal. So Councilman Lewis, you have my guaranteed that I am doing this weekly, and my community.
You know,
support
motherfuckers
you.
get defensive. You
I
know,
just want to say that we
gotta win.
had in 2016 we have the social impact bond, and what that did was the first time ever in Denver's history.
I'm part of the
It
social
created
impact
housing first for chronic homelessness.
I'm
going
one of
to
those
read
people.
the findings.
The
findings demonstrate that the Denver Social Impact Bond remarkable success, and they disrupt the false narratives that homelessness is an unsolvable problem and that people who experience chronic homelessness choose to live on the street. They also show that investment in supportive housing can decrease police interactions and arrests,
I'm part of that
jail cycling, and reduce
or
the use
social-
of emergency
I'm part of that
detoxification
experiment.
facilities. Expanding investments in supportive housing
Not all this
in
context
homelessness,
because
break the
motherfuckers
homelessness jail cycle,
up ass
and
fight.
shift resources away from policing and other costly emergency services towards services that focus on housing, well-being, and the prevention of negative outcome for residents and communities. That's what I'm committed to. I was a council aide when this got voted on, and I begged my council member to vote
That's Brian's
to
mad.
support the social impact bond in 2016. And one of the first things I did when I was elected is I called him and I said, the report is out and it's successful. It's almost 80% successful. So I believe in wraparound services. I believe in making sure that we have these services for people who are unhoused. They have names, they have families, and they get connected back.
only by us having these hard conversations in our
That's
community
the cap.
and holding our community members accountable and saying, do not be afraid, I will be there with you. So to answer your question, yes, I would walk through one of these communities. Yes, I did go to one of these
I was saying,
communities.
why
It
is
was
this
at
project so
Regis
motherfucking personal?
University.
But
Yes, I am
she's
not
so
afraid to do
defensive.
this, but we need to do it together. I cannot do this alone. I have a migrant shelter right now in my community that's growing, that's expanding. I have gone there every morning. I have gone there every night. I am not afraid to be that person who gets threatened to be called out and say you will not be voted into office again. That's okay. Don't vote me into office. I will do the people's hard work. I feel like I was elected to represent the 20% of people who do not have a voice in my community, and that's those who are unhoused and who do not have a warm place to go at 8 o'clock at night when it's been dark since 5 o'clock in the evening.
That's
to
cap.
turn
We
on
saw
the
for
heat
like
and
at
have
least 4
food.
years
So I will be
how they
supportive of
she
this,
really
and thank
do
you,
too much
Cole,
about
and
that.
thank you to the administration for admitting that you made mistakes.
He didn't
I
admit
made
shit.
mistakes when I was first elected as well. I make mistakes every single day, and I will be the first person to throw myself under the bus and tell my team, hey, I made a mistake.
That's cap.
Let me learn from that mistake. So thank you for learning from the mistakes, and I will be supporting
Hey,
this
we
until
watching this
December
shit hard.
21st.
Like,
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you,
like
Councilman Cashman.
we watch it hard.
Thank you, Madam President.
We're like that much into it. We sit on
I
boards
will be
for the city, so we know
supporting this tonight,
that
but I've
it's
got a bunch of questions.
What else
There's stuff that keeps changing definition. And we're not going to settle that tonight, but if I'm right and it keeps changing definition, I'm awfully concerned. I was told this was the last emergency declaration. The members of the mayor's team told me that. And now I hear from you, Cole, well, we might have to come back. I can understand that, but I can't understand being told this was the last emergency declaration. If it is true that there's going to be one on-site drug counselor for all the sites, like one total.
the last time they had well, when they have these tiny home villages,
on each site.
First of all, the community don't want
That's
them there,
different than
but
what
they
I
don't
was
ever
told.
follow the
And I've asked
privacy
that
rules.
question
Secondly,
many times to be sure I'm getting the right message.
they don't monitor
So there's a
anything. They
real
don't give
interest
a-
in
There's
what
a lot
that
of there's a lot of shit going on. But the
the
main thing,
community benefits
there's
agreement
always
process,
racism and white supremacy in there, and
is
it's
not appearing
dangerous.
to be
Well, you know,
what I
that's
expect
how you
it
look
to
at
be,
danger.
which
It's
means
dangerous
real
mentally. It's probably
negotiation
dangerous physically for black
between
people
the
to live in these tiny
community
villages,
and the administration.
especially if you're a woman or something like that.
I've always been told, you know, you have a
Gentlemen, we
good
talk
deal
to
when nobody's
regularly.
happy.
I'm trying to see if you
And
come back
that
on my
means
program.
nobody's happy because everybody's given up a bunch.
She was the one that exposed
And
it.
that's
He called-
not the way
He was in danger.
it is
He called the
appearing to
police,
me.
did everything right. You say
I
you
don't have a
do,
site in my district.
and he was
The one that was proposed
we
was not a
confronted
good
Cole
site, and I believe it should have
and
been.
everybody on
but I
that
don't
side
think
with
it
the
should have
tiny
been
homes.
Put forward from the beginning.
Try to do
But
the
while
rug.
I don't have tiny
No,
home villages,
we offered him
I
this.
have
We tried
a
to
number
sweet talk him
of
into that, and he
schools
wasn't having none of
in
that.
my district
Police didn't take
that are
they take his
recipients
well-being serious,
of
and they
a
try to
lot
offer him something else, but
of
he wasn't.
migrant
He was trying to fall for the oath,
kids
and he's had a hard
going
time
to the schools.
trying to get
So
this
we've
shit
taken
exposed. And we're still with him on it.
thousands of dollars out of
He's a good person,
fortunately available
a
out of
very
my
nice
district
person.
budget
And
to buy supplies
what
for
happened
these
to
kids.
him was
And
based on
have
racism, white
supported,
supremacy.
Ellis
in
Elementary
these tiny home
for all the time I've
which
been
is a
in
co-op
office.
stolen ass idea from a
We're
black man.
trying to do what we can do.
Well, you can take
But
that. Well,
I
that
need a
being
more
footage
clear
back, but it
message
was
and clarification. Because
Jerry.
if it does
Jerry,
back
yes,
up
for Jerry.
As another
Thought about
emergency
it.
declaration,
We had a little encampment right on the fucking
I'm going to need
street that I stay on.
clarification that this has been
Self-policing and everything.
a straight
Told his
message
idea, they ran
from
with
the
it. Here we
beginning.
go. And they
Thank you,
pay
Madam
us
President.
West camps.
Thank you, Councilman.
All
Hines.
at the same time
Thank you,
trying
Council
to not
President.
to add to people, and there's a lot of criminalization. A lot of
I don't envy any of us
Yes,
here, frankly,
that work.
on the dais. I certainly also don't envy the 6 new council members because this is certainly a tough topic for us to be
So I
considering
asked
just a few months after taking.
Of talking
Situation with all the things that we have to do, will I vote no on this? So, Cole and team, perfect? No. Am I perfect? No. As everything that we've done within this housing, this crisis, has it been done perfectly?
He's gonna feel
The answer
defensive
is
because
no.
he's been mobbing around with the mayor.
But I know why I was elected in District 9, and it is because we said yes.
Firstly, I mean, if they didn't do that bullshit with the redistricting, he would not have his seat because we were very adamant that this motherfucker should not be sitting there. The lady who was sitting there, they like right in the middle of the election, I guess redistricted her shit. But I was like I mean, I wanted her to stay, even though the council did not work with her. Like you said, like right now there's all Hispanics down there, but the council did not work with the lady that was there before. But she was actually doing the work of the community, to an extent. But when she started talking about reparations and things like that, and she was warned, like, don't do that. Especially when it's a wave, and people are talking about it. But there is no such thing as black and brown. Not in our world, right? So especially when you talk about reparations for black people, foundational black Americans, freedmen, etc., there's no such thing. And so, told her like, no, you just stop that shit right now. Especially when you haven't talked about reparations at all before, ever, in the whole time that you've been sitting on the council seat. And for someone that Jesse helped put in office, and you couldn't reciprocate. Not only did you not reciprocate, but then you want to. Everybody wants to talk shit to him and dog him out when he had great motherfucking ideas about a black agenda and about doing things for black people. Then when you want to steal his motherfucking thoughts and ideas, that's when you have a backdoor meeting to have him come down there, only for him to tell you fuck no and fuck off. You know what I mean? And you're not going to do that. And me, I'm not going to write fucking doing lives and PSAs talking about fuck no, and we wouldn't do that, especially when you have white people talking about reparations and what they think, studies, and et cetera, only for everybody to try to steal his ideas and make it like a round table fucking, you just tell us what you think. We're going to write it down, take it back to the people we work with. That's not how this is going to work anymore. That's not how this is going to work no more. Thievery has never been a rip. And stealing motherfuckers' intellectual fucking property and their hard work and ideas, try to benefit, to try to make a community better, meaning a community that, are black people they've been ethnically and gentrified out of our areas, to make their situations a lot better, to even have that dialogue. Everybody was so afraid to talk about fucking reparations here in this area, especially as of late. And I read this in regards to the people, that I'm calling coons and fucking enemies of this fucking state. They're definitely on a different mindset. They don't subscribe to the new black media thought processes. They don't subscribe to anything revolutionary. They don't subscribe to being black first. They start for everybody and everything. And everything is broad and ambiguous, and it's a lot of fucking pretty duck dancing and word salad. And we weren't having it. Everything we do, especially after we saw everything get stolen and utilized for other people's benefit, and that's not really knowing. It's like me, I learned a lot during that time. It was really not knowing what we could do to protect ourselves from that. At that time was like, it was fucking fucked up. So of course not now everything's fucking guarded, and we don't want to put just valuable shit that's gonna benefit our black communities in the city of Denver, which is hardly anything anymore. We don't want to put that in the hands of fucking coons and off-brands and wishy-washy motherfucking people. We don't want to do that, especially if they sit in like on the Senate or high seats, House seats in our state. We don't want to do that because they've already showed themselves. Like we see these people in public, like the senator. This is that are black. We see them in public regularly. So if we know that that's the type of person they are, it's not conjecture. It's not a made up fucking thing. Everything that we say or I'm saying about somebody is because I've seen it with my own motherfucking eyes. I've experienced it. I've had actual fucking dialogue. I didn't make it up. It's not a fucking, it's not something I just brought from thin air. It's actual fucking fact in my perspective because I've seen it. I dealt with them. I've talked to them. I spoke with them. I've asked them the fucking serious questions, that are specifically for black people. Here, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? How do you feel about this? What do you think about that? Done the work, or not done the work, but we're doing the work actively. And so if we felt like we don't want to just let a Hispanic person run off with any type of reparational fucking ideas or thoughts, especially in a in a building that's been so heavily active of the destruction of a whole fucking campaign for no goddamn reason other than you just don't want a young black man to fucking even try to have ambition and you put up any other white person against them. You know what I mean? Like that's really a problem. So of course we don't want to share no motherfucking ideas with motherfuckers that play wishy-washy games with the fucking black mindset. Simple as that. If you don't like it, well, find somebody better. That's gonna actually say the same fucking shit. If it's like that, But ultimately, at the end of the day, the thing about being a forward fucking person is that you see things already happening ahead of time. So you already know how people are gonna behave. You already know what's gonna happen. You know how the situation is gonna go down. So yeah, no, I don't want to put my hand. I don't want to put beautiful fucking pieces of work, such as policies, in the hands of motherfucking off-brands that are just going to turn around and make it for everybody. Case in point, just look at the Crown Act. Case in point, look at the Crown Act. That right there will tell you that was once something meant for just black men and women, right, to wear their hair, do whatever, right? The whole theology behind it or philosophy behind it, right? Look at that and then look at it how it's now for everybody. So, motherfucker, you want to rock a pink motherfucking mohawk and be white? Well, you can under the Crown Act. All right? But if you have locks and you're a young man going to school and they don't want locks there, they can make you cut it off. You're welcome, thanks to the Crown Act. You know what I mean? It only applies to them in this or whenever it suits them. But it never applies. The things we do are never going to be used the right way unless something happens. So when people say, shouldn't have these certain types of individuals running for political office, why not? It's going to take some fucking dramatic change to happen. You can't expect a motherfucker. Like, the thing is, you shouldn't want nobody that can be bought and paid for and be coerced into indoctrination and programming and, yes, okay, whatever you say, because you fund my campaign. No, fuck that. No. Just tell them no. No's okay to say. I say no all the time. Fuck no. You know what I mean? No. I was like, no on this. It's going to be a no for me. And it passed. So he got the money. I was for sure hoping because I was like, oh, maybe his little privileged ass wasn't going to get it. But he did.
The vast majority haven't had to have this conversation yet, and that's what we're experiencing.
Some of these people have been sitting on this board for a minute. So all this stuff comes back from the old administration. And so now that them wanting to step up and act like they're doing something is fucking amusing to me. Because they weren't doing shit before. They weren't even trying to do anything. Let me see. Yeah, they weren't even trying to do anything. They didn't give a fuck at all. Like they passed everything, and then all of a sudden, now we got a couple of council people that are actually doing the work. It's just a good thing, It's a really good thing. If that's the type of people we're gonna need, that don't have a problem with standing up and actually doing it. That's the type of shit that we want to do, And it's just we can't even say it's a shame that motherfuckers didn't stand with us, because it should have been we should have seen it, And I think the misunderstanding of why we didn't see it was because we thought that there was such a thing as community. Community only means when it's convenient, and if they like you or want you to. If the voice of their voice that leads the sheep is whispering sweet nothings that you can get behind, then that's when you're gonna be that's when the community stands for you. But if your leader, the motherfucker that is whispering sweet nothings, doesn't like you and doesn't want you to fucking succeed, well, of course it's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? Let me see. So I'll read an article, but okay, yeah, I think I will. One more, maybe two more. No, I'm done. Yep, two more and I'm done. Two little tiny articles, and I read fast. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's westward. All right. Okay. Mayor Mike Johnston knows how he wants to move 1,000 homeless Denver residents off the streets and into housing by 2024. And it relies heavily on building temporary micro communities to the fastest way possible. But he only just now started deciding which groups will help run them. The city selecting one nonprofit that has been making people's lives a living hell at some of the safe outdoor spaces sites it operates, according to the residents and former staff members. It's a nightmare, says Tammy Garza, a resident of the Welcome Village at 4001 Monroe Street, which is run by the Colorado Village Collaborative. Johnston's biggest micro community partner and manager under his House 1000 plan. I've been here 17 months and they haven't helped me at all, Garza tells Whisper. If this was a successful program, I would have been out of here in 3 months, but no one is here to help me. And that's how it goes down. It's one of the most toxic, the most awful, the most disorganized operations that Claire Ryder, a former CBC employee who worked at the Peoria site, has ever seen. I realized pretty quickly how screwed up the place is, she said. They're not helping people. There's been a ton of people that were evicted. There's been quite a few people that have died since they left the site. The CBS has been pegged to manage and provide case management services for the largest city, our funded micro community announced so far, which is the site planned for 2301 South Santa Fe Drive in the Overland Park neighborhood. The nonprofit was founded in 2017 by Cole Chandler, who is now Johnston's senior advisor on homelessness resolution. The city will pay $3.8 million to the CBC to run the site through 2024, right? I just had to read that. Okay, so what have we learned so far? That not only did we think Cole Chandler was a motherfucking villain, but we now know that that's the founder of CBC, and the city's going to pay him $3.8 million to the CBC to run the site through 2024. Wowzers. When asked what sort of relationship the CBC has with Chandler, Executive Director Dee Dee Deb Parsons describes it as the same one the CVC would have with any other homeless resolution official in the city. It's been over a year since Cole left. So he creates this and then he leaves. I'm going to tell you what that sounds like. Well, we have a typical working relationship that we would have with anybody working in housing and homelessness and anybody working in the county or the city. Excuse me, I skipped a piece. Let's see, Chandler is no longer receiving income or earnings from the CVC. The person adds, insisting that his status with the city did not help the CVC secure contract to run Overland Micro Community. Well, I audit the fuck out of them. All right, Baird Enterprises has been tapped to lead micro community at 12033 East 38th Avenue, where tiny homes can already be seen behind the fence line. The contract is worth $2.3 million. The Gathering Place and CCH will provide services at micro communities citywide. For $10 million, Salvation Army will run the converted DoubleTree Hotel in Central Park. Overland residents criticized plans to put 150 residents in the triangular section of barren land selected by the city, sandwiched between 3 singular homes and the freeway, leading the mayor to shrink the site to 120 units. However, it's still the largest micro community Johnson has proposed so far. The initial selection for the CVC at the site provided came at the city's representatives were sitting down with the Overland Park Neighborhood Association and neighbors at Overland North to work out a good neighbor agreement to hold any potential service provider accountable to surrounding residents. Let's see how that worked out. They always say they're going to hold them accountable, but this is like a 2-minute lecture, and then they slap them on the wrist and let them go. Dr. Pearson emphasizes that CVC will be excited to enter in a good neighbor agreement when it happens. Helen Orr, the president of the Neighbors of Overland North, sent an open letter on November 9th, furious that the micro community would allow sex offenders, despite a school bus stop being nearby. Let's see. We heard the meeting that Cole has stated there will be registered sex offenders at the site, and it will be a low barrier site open to drug users, violent offenders, and people suffering mental trauma, or wrote in the letter. If this is the case, we would like to hear from Cole directly why this is appropriate next to a school bus stop and an alley away from neighbors. There are other sites. Let me see. Let me go right here. Hold on 1 second, family. I'm sorry. Let's see. There are other sites that appear better suited for such a high-risk population. In Alvidra's letter, she demanded from Johnston that the contract with CVC be adjusted to read that a GNA Good Neighbor Agreement will be executed prior to operation of the site. She also pushes for the micro community to become high barrier entry site so that sex offenders can't stay there, for more bathrooms to be provided and cleaned every day, for concrete barriers to be put up to reduce sound by the size of the micro community and be cut in half from 120 units to 60 units, for 30 units to be put in at a time, and other requests. Alvidas expects concessions from Johnston. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Expects concessions from Johnston. In part, he already nixed plans for 3 micro communities. They were smaller and slated for wealthier neighborhoods, she wrote in her letter. On November 13th, Denver City Council is scheduled to consider $1.9 $1.3 million contract to continue operating tiny home villages at 40th Avenue and Monroe Street, which is the location of the Welcome Village and neighboring Beloved Village. That's the one our friend stayed in that was completely racist and terrorizing. At Welcome Village, Garza says the staff treat people rudely and ignore them. She once had a heart attack in her tiny home and nobody did anything to help her, she claims. At the SOS site on Peoria, Barnes tells Westward, workers attack you mentally and have turned a blind eye to toxic drug-fueled environment. Mm-hmm. Once I get there, I realize I'm not going to get any help, she says. Barnes and Garza, other former and current employees from the sites, have complained to Westward about staff members having sex and using drugs with residents. Shit. Me and Jesse been saying that when we was talking about the fusion. Our common complaint at the CBC doesn't help its residents transition into permanent housing. There's a lack of 24-hour security. Damn, that's a long-ass article. While the nonprofit can't comment on accusations by former and current residents and staff citing confidential policies, the prison stresses that it has an accountability process to resolve grievances and amid unjustly kicking people out. I can't talk about staff and allegations of inappropriate behavior. All of the falls within confidentiality, she explains. Every community member signs a use agreement that outlines their responsibilities and requirements for being part of the program. With the micro communities a major component of the success of Johnson's House 1000 plan, the mayor is relying on temporary, easy to assemble units more than he will convert hotels and shelters. The micro communities are meant to be temporary transitional housing for homeless residents. They include tiny homes and pallet shelters that will be grouped in small pockets around Denver. And yeah, that's what's happening. And they said they did approve it, but that before they gave them that work and they drugged them. So thank you, family. I have to go. Thank you for staying and watching the RVA and catching up with Denver news. I'll probably be back a little later so we can talk about what's happening in Black politics around the United States. It's like with Chicago and a couple of things concerning the presidency. Probably be back a little later. Depends. We'll see how it plays out. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Stay black, stay dangerous. And yeah, I'll probably be back. You guys have a great morning, grand rising, and talk to you soon.